Hey everyone, my name's Brian. That's my brother Adam. We're the Factional Fight Brothers, and it's been a long week. Thank you for joining us in Wurm. We've been playing Wurm Online all week. We are live, that's right. Who do we have in the chat today? Catspur's already there. How you doing, Cats? You've been streaming a lot. Every day? I feel like it's been like 3 months since we've streamed because of how much cats we've gotten. Thanks for the follow there, Lockabar. I again keep forgetting. So we streamed. Who else do we have before I start talking about this? Guraz, welcome to the stream and good morning. I'm gonna butcher your name, but Kundakoret. Am I saying that right? I feel like I'm not saying that right. How you doing? Amethyst, thank you for joining. How you doing? Drogos, how you doing? Lockabar.
Griffo is your daddy.
Griffo is your daddy, so I'm gonna call you Griffo. How you doing? Oh, okay, that's perfect. Okay, good. Whew. Yeah, it feels like we've been gone for so long just because of how much cats we've gotten every single day. And yet we just streamed last week. We streamed twice last week. The second time we streamed on the Steam page itself, which I think, how do you feel that went? It was kind of awkward because we were on Steam and not on Twitch. And I had to do a bunch of stuff to change my scenes to make it fit more along the lines of Steam, on the Steam page. So didn't quite turn back everything, I must say.
I honestly thought that stream went great. Like I had a lot of fun on that stream. And things just kept going our way, like the boat, the boat trip and just getting to the land and placing the deed and doing the little tutorial on digging. The only regret I have on that stream was that we did not press the record button, and we don't have that stream on record anymore. We're so used to having Twitch just save our VODs automatically that when we went over to Steam, we didn't think that, oh yeah, we have to actually like manually record it. So yeah, we lost it.
And we did. So if you didn't watch last week's stream on Steam, we don't have it anymore, unfortunately. So what did we do? In the first stream, which you can still watch, where we came on launch day on Friday. Oh God, so much has happened since then. It's crazy. We logged in. We fought through the lag at the time. We built our first rowboat before the end of that stream, which was awesome, with the hopes that we were gonna go around Harmony and try to find some land somewhere. Rayba, it's too hot to play today. How hot is too hot? Is there a hotness Wurm threshold that we should know about?
I have a feeling that it might be a hotness computer threshold.
Oh, that's a possibility. Keenan, thanks for the follow there. And Serene, I'm gonna start losing here as I talk about, or not gonna follow the chat here for a bit as I talk about. Oh God, Serene, do you already not want to see my face? My face. Okay, I gotta raise it. Okay, so
I'm having an issue where I can't see any of the events that are happening.
Okay, that sucks.
Like I'm trying to figure it out.
You're already trying to cover my face up. So, what was I saying? We were in the, oh God. We were in the hopes that we would be that's what Adam's doing. He's in the house. Yep. We'll get to that point. We were gonna run around Harmony, and like we knew we were gonna stream on the Sunday. So we're like, okay, we got the boat done on Sunday. We will take the boat out, and we will and we will head out into Harmony and try to find a spot of land. And yeah, it didn't quite go that way, right? So the people that did catch our Sunday stream, we like Melody was announced on the Saturday, I believe, and it was coming out. And we're like, okay, Melody, maybe we should go to Melody. So that's sort of what we did. But then we heard that we were not going to be able to travel to Melody using our boat. We would have to take the portal because it would take a few days for them to get the cross server travel with the rowboat. So we were like, okay, well, is it worth the boat? We will lose the boat. Maybe we come back and get it later. So we decided we'll just take the portal, only to find out that it was activated. So if you did see the stream, we did take the boat and we traveled south and we made it to Melody, and we traveled around and eventually found this place. And almost at the same time, we like went live, and within like 30 minutes to an hour, they had fixed the lag. Like the server went down. Remember that? The server went down while we were traveling south. And then when we came back, the lag was like, the horrible lag was mostly gone.
It was definitely much better.
Happening. Yeah.
You know, I was watching other people's stream on Harmony, and it seems like there's still like a tad bit lag when it comes to regenning the stamina bar in comparison to Melody, the server that we're on. I'm not sure if that's now cleared up with today's or yesterday's update.
Yeah. Okay. So if it rains in the house, yeah, Griffo, yeah, we don't have a roof yet. We were in such a hurry to have some sort of house to sleep in that we haven't actually gotten around to finishing the house or really doing a lot more. Well, we'll get to what exactly happened while we were here during the last stream and what's been happening ever since. Yeah, and Amethyst, it went well. I guess the stream on Sunday went well, but you kept crashing 3 times while sailing, trying to keep up to. Yeah, but you made it, so you're here. Oh, Reba, you have no energy to continue building your guard tower anymore. How far have you gotten in that guard tower? Because that is not something you should be doing yourself, like with no skill. Even with skill, you need a pretty good masonry skill for this guard tower, or else you'd be really fighting your way through it.
So Kunda Korit says, Adam, you need a bigger screen. Is that the Adam Cam screen that you're talking about?
The Adam Cam screen.
Yeah. I was looking at the last VOD that we did have, and I kind of agree that the Adam Cam screen should just be a little bit bigger. That's really just my opinion, though.
Much bigger. I can mess around with it later. And apparently, Adam, you're scaring Griffo, so stay back from your camera a bit.
I mean, I could do this.
Oh, okay. That's Adam Dwarf.
Is that better? Did I fix it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No. All right.
No. So Keenan, you weren't sure whether the server stuff was going to work until you did it yourself.
Right.
So Wurm first for us, a live server launch. Yeah. I'm glad it worked because we were able to sail south across the border with our boat and didn't have to waste the boat area.
Could you imagine how that would have gone if on the Steam page we were crossing the server border and it just messed up? Keenan's probably sitting there like, fingers crossed, please work.
So anyway, we made it to this location, which is really close. We decided to be really close to where Katz, if you've been following Katz in her stream, she's right over here. So this is her little area, which you can finally see now that we took down a lot of the olive trees. So we got here, it was covered with olive trees, and it was hard to see really what we were doing. We deeded this place last stream on Sunday. We called it Autumn Twilight. So our deed is called Autumn Twilight. It is not humongous, but big enough for what we want to do here. It goes all the way this way.
The exact opposite of humongous.
But still big. It's not the smallest one.
No, no, it's not the smallest one. However, I think it's still pretty close to 1 silver upkeep, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken. Yeah.
Which is fine. Which is
It's
perfect.
probably the smallest deed we've ever done before.
No. Puzzles?
Yeah. Okay, besides our very first one. You're right. Our very first one was at the 1 silver mark.
So Casper, you heard that saddles don't help the horses hitched to carts go faster. You read that it was merely a rumor. Is that true? And then she's basically forcing you, Keenan, to confirm that. Which so you gotta do it
um
now, apparently.
I haven't personally done tests myself. However, I've read through
Oh,
multiple
thanks for the
things where
follow, Tuxie.
other people have done tests about that, and everything that I've heard s- claimed that the saddles do increase the cart speed.
But now it doesn't on Wormpedia. Is that what you're saying, Cats? Somebody
No,
changed the
no,
Wormpedia.
Cats might be saying that it does say that it does increase cart speed on Wurmpedia, even though the rumor that she heard says it doesn't. I don't know
So
the
Griffo's
exact
saying
answer.
saddles only affect speed while mounted. Horseshoes, traits, and rarity of a cart are the only thing that affect cart speed. And
Hmm.
Cats is saying no, it doesn't.
What doesn't say
It
on
says it
Wurmpedia?
doesn't on Wormpedia.
Interesting.
Now, we haven't actually made any saddles yet. And what you're seeing
No.
here is Pyro, who does live on her deed, and he's been messing around with leather working, and he put all this stuff on his horse. Nice saddlebags, saddle. Not sure how high he's made his saddle, but
Oh,
high enough that it's been helping when he goes on
well,
trips.
if the wiki says it, I mean, that
The
usually means
wiki
that it's
says
been.
it. It's correct. Wiki
I
is
know.
our Bible, by the
I
way.
know I am sounding sarcastic, although I do feel that if it's been written on the wiki, there's been definitely some confirmation for sure about that. So
Yeah, so our
I'd go with
carts,
that.
which I think every one of us has a cart at this point, our own little cart. So there's lots of carts going on. There's Griff's cart. We
Mhm.
decided to attach hell horses on
Mm,
our carts. So there's Adam's hell horses. My cart is somewhere over here, I believe, hidden in these trees that we had to plant. And also have a couple. Oh, one of my hell horses went to mature.
oof.
There are benefits to hell horses and there's downfalls to hell horses. Uh,
Mhm.
the reason we did hell horses is because I wouldn't advise hell horses for newer players. But you can
Right.
grab hell horses and you just attach them to your cart as long as they're below a specific age. I believe it's either old. Is it old or venerable? One of those. Very old.
No, it's like each age has multiple stages. Um,
Oh, okay.
so I think it's one of the
Last
stages
stage of
within
aged.
the
There you
age.
go,
Yeah,
Griffo.
yeah, it's one of yeah. There you go. Last stage of
Yeah,
aged.
and it will just detach itself from the cart and run off.
Yeah, if that happens
Yeah.
while you're out in the middle of the wilderness, it will literally just detach itself from the
Yeah.
cart.
Also, they tend to not like you, and they always are trying to kill you. So
Yeah.
you know, stay away from them as long as you're on the cart itself, you're fine. But as soon as you get off, and they will try to kill other players walking around, uh, so you have to be very careful. And it's not the easiest thing to do, even for us, especially when you're deep in a forest and can't see anything,
Right.
which happened yesterday. We're so sorry, Pyro. We're so sorry.
So
Um,
Griffo's saying that they introduced and that like introduce the age ruins. You can reduce the age of your horse or your hell horse or whatever with these ruins,
you have to tame
but
them.
you have to tame them to reduce their age. And taming hell horses is definitely not something that's in our near future.
Nope. No, not even on our main character's near future. That
No,
is true.
no. I think taming hell horses is what, 70, 60, 60? Something like that. 60
You
taming.
can use charms ruins if you have some charm ruins or charm on a priest. That's true. Which
Right.
is again not near in our near future right now. So we did them. I mean, there are benefits. The benefit is that the Hell Horse will, if I'm not mistaken, be able to go its max speed pretty much all the time, as long as it's like not hungry.
And its max speed is quite good.
Yeah, you know. So if you like to go fast and you don't mind getting burned a lot, then
You know,
Hell Horses are the way to go.
the real benefit is that when you put them onto carts, it makes it so you can outrun most everything. Whereas if you just had horses, like especially the gray horses that are out on the steppe that we have access to, and you go out on a cart and you get hit by a crocodile, a hellhound, a I don't even know, there's spiders, you're pretty much gonna have to leave your cart. So it really does open up the ability for you to go travel with them at this early stage of the game.
Yeah. Your 5 speed of helis goes 40 kilometers. Wow. That's crazy. Fuming Godchild. Hey, how are you doing?
That is
Thanks for
crazy
joining.
because if I remember correctly, your Supreme cart with the 5 speed horses plus all their gear and stuff would only go 20. So to have your cart go 40, that's
Yeah.
insanity.
Catsbro, what do hell horses eat? I'm pretty sure they just eat the grass on the ground. Yeah. They do tend to stamp the grass a lot more, I'm finding. Every time I put my cart somewhere, I'll come back and they'll like just be they'll have killed the grass. But I could have just had bad luck. You finally caught one of our guys live. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you
Nice.
finally caught us live. You've been watching our content on and off. Feels like years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
Feels
just feel like years. It's been years. Yeah.
Yep.
2012. Yeah, it's been a while. So I know yesterday we were out trying to hunt for furs, and
Mm.
we went through local, and I missed the local chat. And when I finally looked at it, it said that it was somebody, I can't remember the name now, and he had said, "Oh, aren't you guys the Factional Fight Brothers? I feel like I watched you 8 years ago." And by the time I responded, he was out of local. I wish I remember the name, but apparently our names are close enough on the new servers that people recognize us. So that's interesting. But 8 years, yeah, that makes us feel old. Just a smidge. Um, Kind of funny. The corpse then had 50% damage. Oh, wait, did I miss something? If you hunt with them, they take a bite off the corpses. They do?
Interesting.
They all. I did not realize that they eat corpses. Oh, and Griffo, you feed your seal corpses. I think right now the seals have been great because I did not realize how much hide that they give, and we've been needing hides to uh, do all the leather working that Pyro's been doing. So, Fuming Godchild, yeah. So we started over. Did we start over with brand new characters? I'm really tempted to start fresh too. The game looks so different now. When was the last time that you played Fuming Godchild? We did start over. Last week on Friday was the launch of the new server, which turned into servers within a day. We are on one of the new servers with new characters, and this is our place. So you can see what we've basically done is chop down all of the olive trees on our deed, and we went out, took a few days and tried to get some sprouts, planted some sprouts of trees that were not olives or fruit trees so that we could have some wood. We don't have the most amount of wood in this area,
Mm-hmm.
and the trees are finally starting to crop up. We did some farming, which has been slow going. I believe the cotton might be almost ready to go, and we were drinking salt water for the longest time. And finally, I
Yep.
believe it was you, Adam, that discovered this fountain or this tile and put a
Yeah, I
fountain
figured
down. All
had to
right.
do something. Had to do something.
Yeah, so that's been a struggle. Pyro started a Corbita here, and I think he's
And
fairly determined to create one,
he's
which
determined
is
to
tough at
create
this
one,
level.
but when
Like
he put it down, he said many times, "I can't believe how many items it's going to take me to make this thing."
I think he couldn't even believe how big it was. It like yeah,
Yeah.
Corbitas are one of the big boats, the big boy boat, and he's determined to input the thousands of items necessary to
Hmm.
to complete it. Which I mean, good for him. He's already created a bunch of items on the ground here, and inputted as much as he could. God, what else has happened? We've been really focused less on our deed itself. And hey,
Hmm.
Du Jensen, how you doing today? Thanks for joining us. Uh, at least what we did initially, we did some digging and we did some terraforming. Um, Adam did some mining, and we tried to get like the newbie stuff going. Uh, but then we just turn towards our skills because, like, if you're a new player and you're playing this, it's nice to have a nice maintained looking deed, but that shouldn't be your goal, I would say. And like, who am I to tell you what your goal should be? If that's your goal, that's your goal. But the game itself, your skills are like what matters. Hey, Ultimate
Hmm.
Savior, thanks for joining once again. Have we convinced you to play Wurm yet? Everybody, tell Ultimate Savior why he should be playing Wurm right now. You might be the only one in the chat that
Right.
has not played Wurm right now. Hey, Exon. That's right, Ultimate Savior. You should play because more players means more seals are going to die.
See,
And
I
you
might
can
even
sharpen
argue.
hammers. There you go.
See, Exon saying tailoring for sales will be the hardest, followed by rope making. I'm going to argue the other way around. I think that rope making is going to be slightly harder than the tailoring because I think we already have the ability to make sails, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly.
Um,
I mean, you need the tools, you need the loom, you need the spindles, you
right.
need all that regular stuff.
The
And
problem with rope
then
making
you
is
need the
just
cotton.
getting yourself started with rope making is a pain, simply because it starts out as a you can't make those net what are they called, net traps to imp, until you can make cordage ropes, and you can't make cordage ropes until your skills like 15 or something like this. And then in order to get to that skill, you need to just spam create bowstrings, and it's like slow going. I started the
So,
process though.
yeah, Ultimate Savior. So you downloaded it, you just haven't launched it
Whoa.
yet. So what would it take to get you to launch it? So you have only 2 days to do something in Valorant for your battle
Valorant.
pass. Then you'll try Worm. Okay, I'll hold you to that. They're not the same kind of games. Just
No.
and Fuming Godchild, yes, that is your biggest hesitation, restarting your skills. I think that's a lot of people's biggest hesitation. Oh, look at our cotton is almost ready to go. Who's been doing farming? Has it been Pyro and possibly Willow, who
I
are
don't
both
even know.
not around? So I will wait and see if they will want to do the farming of the cotton. We'll have a bit of cotton, so you can see our D tokens down here. We have sort of like this area here that goes up through here, and then I think it stops here, comes down, uh, and then goes like the house is basically at the back of our deed. So you can see here that behind our deed, there's this road, and this was a project that Adam took on randomly one day as I logged in during
Randomly.
the week. I just logged in, and everyone, like, there was how many, 4 or 5 people up here building a road, and the road went all the way to the step area. So if you look at the map here, I can't believe you already built the road. Like, so we're right here, this area. This is the peninsula of the kingdom that will be built. We've got a bunch of deeds, Island Pass, Minowi, Viking Borg, Scuff's Ridge, like a whole bunch of deeds here. And so this road here would basically go this way, kind of diagonal here, and then go south all the way to this step. That's essentially what you did. And that's right.
You know,
Griff did
that
all
road.
that work to build that highway, mapped it out. Let's take this road. Let's see if we can show you guys, because it was, there was parts of it that so at that time I think my digging was the highest. My digging's not
Right.
that crazy, but it was the highest at the time, with like 30, like plus 33 or 32 or something at the time. And they were having problems leveling because it was so high. Oh my god. Thank you so much for subscribing.
Antir, thank you so much for that sub.
And something, because people keep calling you different things. So is it Antirg, or is it anti something, like anti RG,
Anti-rig.
anti rig, anti? You have to finally tell everybody how to pronounce your name, because I'm fine with Antirg, which is sort of how it's spelt. You like Antirg better. It does sound better. It sounds like a name, you know? Anti-rig or anti-RG or whatever. Sounds more like a some sort of, like you're against something. Okay, so the road, which now goes all the way here, I guess, to your deed, Antirg, comes up here, goes diagonal this way, and this is the part that kind of took so long. You can see how it gets pretty steep here. I think over 100 steep to get this road going flat this way.
Yeah.
So I did spend a lot of time just sort of leveling this area.
And I'm going to be spending a lot of time on that jagged edge corner. Once we get our skill up, and we have to collect a whole lot more dirt. So it's going to be a long-term thing. But I'm going to fix up that corner so it's not so jagged there.
So I know Pyro bought a deed here next to after the road was developed, which is awesome to see him going off. And there's his cart and building his own little area. I wonder, because he's been saying since the beginning that he wants to build his place in a mine underground. Did he find something here? Not yet, but it looks like it's his start. I mean, this would be a perfect place for him to build his giant underground kingdom or town. Potentially inspired by the trailer that you made, Cats, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I bet.
Done all of the terraforming and everything. That's pretty awesome. And you can see here that the land just keeps going, the road. And, oh wow. Okay, so it goes down here. Oh, somebody else built a road here. Oh, guard towers already starting to be built.
That's Warpheus.
And, oh, Serene, thanks for the host there. And down here, which essentially leads to, what's this guy's name?
Kunibert.
What was it?
Kunibert? That's
Kunibert?
the one I remember. The other one is unpronounceable. It's like BWN dead.
Okay.
Bone
Yeah,
dead or something like that.
And essentially just goes past his house and leads to the step, which, if you've ever been there, what have we been calling it? The, like, Horse Mountain or something?
Right,
It's
Horse Hill.
It's Horse Hill. It essentially
Yeah.
has, like, literally at one time I was sitting there, it's like 50 horses just like
Yeah, just
surrounding
sitting there.
this hill, like all gray horses.
Right.
It was crazy. Haven't seen that many wild horses in one spot before.
I know. I'm so glad at how they figured out when they started the server. They must have manually spawned in, or somehow figured out a way of balancing the mobs, because there's just a ton of wild horses, a ton of cows, chickens, sheep, all the, what do you call it? I guess the the farming kind of animals,
aggressive
and
animals.
non-aggressive animals all over the place. So that makes it great for skilling up your fight skill and getting resources. And yeah, it's just a newbie's dream. It would be
So
horrible if we
cats.
went out there and it was just trolls.
Yeah. You're saying should the castle, or I'm guessing, or your kingdom, have its own guard tower? Yes. Yes, it should. We do know. Is this
When
still
she says,
the case
wait, wait, wait.
on?
I think that you may be misinterpreting. I think when she says the kingdom, she means the deed that the sandcastle, the castle is going to be built
Yeah,
on.
that's what I mean.
Okay, so that island should have its own, because if it does, then none of the surrounding deeds, including ours, will be able to.
Well, we have to pick. If there's going to be one over there, there could potentially be one on sort of like the land.
On the highway?
I mean, either on the highway or I guess this way would be considered west deed, where it would be more useful instead of the east side, which is just water.
I mean, if you put a guard tower onto the kingdom deed, I feel like it would be mostly for aesthetic purposes. Simply
So
because
if you're talking about griefers, cat, that you can put KOS, you would have to buy your own guards instead of having a guard tower, because you can't take guard tower guards and like make them attack players.
Right.
But you can add them to your KOS list, and then their spirit guards would attack them.
Mm.
Oh, other things that I did this week. If you guys notice, I finally got around to creating a few loyalty badges. So if you notice, if anyone who subscribes finally has a little factional fight badge,
Nice.
and they're a little different depending on how many months you subscribe. So they get ever so more flashy the more that you subscribe. So it's cool to see them. I haven't seen them yet.
This is completely off topic. And I'm doing this.
Okay.
What I'm doing right now, and oh shoot, it just went out. And I'm thinking to myself, this would probably be a really good thing for new players to see what I'm doing.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that's something that
Let's do
you
this.
might want to bring up my cam and show. It just went out though. I have to light it and fuel it.
I can't just watch you from here.
Can you?
I'll see
No,
that
you won't be able to
trying to
see.
attack me.
Because I noticed a lot of people struggling with food. And I want to
we
show
were not
people.
going to be able to see you in that camera.
Are you able
The
to make it
cam
bigger
was-
though?
The cam was not meant to actually be high enough quality to see your
I know the
intricate
quality is going to be
details.
pretty bad, but at least you can get the basic idea.
Hey,
If you
Guinian.
maybe make it a little bit bigger, and with my narration, I could probably explain it how I'm doing things.
Okay.
I
You
don't
can't
know.
explain it to me and I can do it?
Can
That might
I?
be
I
easier.
could. I could.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So
You're the master. Tell me what I should be doing.
okay. So what I'm doing is I'm making meals, particularly
Okay, you're making
casseroles, simply by
In the
putting
oven.
one meat and
Food storage
currently one lingonberry, but there's no more lingonberries. So take raspberries, for example.
I see. So within the pottery bowl, lingonberry and minced meat that I'm assuming, did you cut?
Now I minced it because dicing it and mincing give you butchering skill, and butchering skill is what we need for that fur that we've been trying to get. And we realized that when we went out there, we like had 4 corpses that we butchered and gotten 0 furs. The reason is because our butchering skill is terrible. So I've been
look at our house. Look at our house. Okay, we've got one bed between
yeah.
like 4 people, and then we have all of these other beds not finished that are waiting for furs. And so yesterday we decided we're gonna do it. We're gonna go. There's gonna be 3 of us. We're gonna go out hunting for furs, and we found a nice area over here. We took this path, this new path. We're like, let's take the highway down here. We'll look here. There's no aggro mobs here at all. We went here to this one, and there was like a few trolls, and I think we found a bear. I found another bear that was already dead that wasn't butchered. I butchered that. No fur. We killed a bear here. No fur. We killed a wolf. No fur. Another bear. No fur. We found corpses with no fur. Like, it was just, we made it all the way over here, I believe, and then we went this way, and this is where we found 2 bears and a wolf, killed the wolf, and then Pyro, unfortunately, did not survive that. And we almost, like, we were down to like 3% health multiple times before we just said, yeah, we're not going to be able to do this. And we ran away and got no furs out of that after butchering all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we come to here, where Adam's saying our butchering skill is to blame. Right?
Yep.
So the butchering skill, which is one of these skills here, where is that skill residing? In cooking? Yeah, in cooking. So my butchering skill is 2.7 after that hunt. And so, and what's the quality level of our butchering knife? 20 quality. So approximately 20 to 25, I would assume Adam made these at the time.
Yeah.
So we all have a butchering knife. We all had it around that quality. And, you know, I'm sure it's low chance for us to get a fur. Just, you know, we just didn't get one. The rolls did not go in our favor. So how do we get them up a bit? You were saying, Adam?
So, you have a piece of meat. What you're going to do is you're going to take that butchering knife and fillet it.
So to do that, I'll just do one because Adam has now become our butchering guy.
Yeah, you can just do one just to show it.
Let's see. Tools. You have your butchering knife. And then you just right click and fillet. Is that the only option?
Is it?
Fillet.
Is there an option to fillet? Yeah.
Yeah. I also have an option to wrap. I'm not sure what that does. I guess it wraps the meat.
Really? You can wrap with... I thought you needed wax paper to wrap food.
Potentially. I don't know why it's actually there. It might tell me that I don't have the ability. No, it's doing it. That's interesting.
It's wrapping it? Okay. Interesting.
Anyway, fillet. Wrap is for cooking without container.
Okay. You know, we never really got fully into the cooking system. I did get my... I did have a character who had 99 cooking or hot food cooking, but I got that all way before the cooking update, and I never really got into the cooking system after the update.
This is the perfect time to do that. Right?
It is. Yeah, it is. Totally. And it seems like I've been getting my cooking up too. So
there you go. So I filleted it and I got 0.015 skill just by filleting that one. And it was pretty quick too.
Okay.
So how do I mince it? Does mincing it also give me butchering skill?
Yes. So there's actually, let me trade you this knife. Is that working? No?
A special knife.
Oh, it's because
you're using it probably.
I'm using it. There you go.
Oh, a special knife called Knife Willows.
Yep.
Sorry, Willow.
Stealing your knife, Willow. And with a knife, you can
dice meat.
Yes.
Oh, and difficult. What does the difficulty 5 mean? That's new.
That's the cooking system. So
it's the cooking system. So new in the sense that I haven't done the cooking system.
Right, you haven't done the cooking system.
The amount of years that it's been out.
Exactly. All the cooking stuff is going to give you a difficulty. Okay, then once you have then you can click that.
Thank you so much for the follow. TT 1982. I'm assuming that's an important year. Like your birthday, maybe. So that diced meat, I didn't get butchering skills, but I had a potential for getting butchering in there.
Yes, you do have a potential of getting butchering. So, now here's the interesting piece of information is that diced meat can go back into a food storage bin. Okay, so you can do that and just put it back in the food storage bin to store it for later. Once you
Nice.
mince it, it's not going to go back into the food storage bin. So you only should mince
Ah,
meat if you're going to use it.
I see.
Okay, so then you mince it, and that gives you one more chance at butchering. At getting a butchering tick.
So this is, quite a few chances. That's like
Yeah.
3 per meat. And if your meat was like so large and you filleted it, wouldn't it turn into multiple fillets? Like before you put it in the food storage bin, the meat could potentially be really giant. If you
Yes,
fillet that meat, you would have
so.
multiple fillets or multiple
Yes.
chances as well, maybe?
Right,
Not
like if
really.
you catch one of those massive fishes and you fillet it,
Yeah, fillet
it
before
will.
you BSB. Yes. Although when you put it in your BSB, it then creates multiple
It creates multiple.
meat.
Exactly. Yes.
It
So one
separates them
fillet
into
action.
smaller chunks.
Yeah. If before you put in your BSB, one fillet action will spill it out into a massive number of fillets.
So I guess this is what people have been doing to get their butchering skill up before they went out to fail at getting furs like a.
Right. Okay. So once you finish mincing, that's the last butchering action you can do on the meat, and you can now put that into a pottery bowl
With something like
and you can pick like a raspberry. You can pick any vegetable or fruit. I think the
you did
berries will
already.
make casseroles, and the vegetables will make breakfasts. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of other stuff you can put in there. You can mess around, but
Talking about breakfast, let's eat some.
now what I've been doing is I would have a whole bunch of minced meat and a whole bunch of I was using lingonberries just there, and there's like a command that allows you to just drag a bunch of items into a pottery bowl all at once. So I was just doing that, filling all the pottery bowls. Oh, Wurm just crashed for me.
Uh-oh. At least I'm still in.
Uh-oh.
So let's catch up on the chat here. I'm not sure how far back I am.
But let me just finish my thought. I was I was filling the pans, I was also butchering. So I was having butchering actions going and filling the pans, managing that at the same time. So you can get hot food cooking and butchering all up at the same time. Oh, the Atom Cam. This is the worst time to do the Atom Cam. I just crashed.
This is what you see.
Yeah, you see, yeah, the word probably.
The crashed Atom Cam. Don't worry,
You'll extend it.
I'll extend it once he's back. Just for you, Kronk. Okay. Yeah. So
Okay, I'm back.
and you can hear
I guess
Adam's computer struggling to catch up to itself as his microphone sort of lags behind a bit. But not terrible.
Should be better now. Should be better now.
You're back?
I am back.
You got the stream going?
I gotta do that. Yes. That's my second
Switch it
crash
back
today.
as
So
it- That's interesting. That
yeah,
you weren't crashing before. Okay.
Wasn't crashing
How am I going to
before.
bring back the Atom Cam? I will target it just for you. Here we go. I feel like you're praying. I will pray with you.
right.
Well,
So
another thing, if you
Griffo,
guys, yeah, go ahead.
go ahead. Griffo's saying that, like, let's say you had that big chunk of meat, and you do one fillet action,
Mhm.
and it fillets it into, let's say, 30 fillets. You get 30 ticks, like 30 chances at a tick.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
In one fillet.
action, in one fillet. So that's the strategy for getting your butchering up quick if you can get big chunks of
Sweet.
meat.
Oh, but there's always
there's
a but, isn't there?
There's a but. Yeah.
There's a but. If the
Your timer is over 1 minute.
1 minute. cancel and refillet. Ah, I see. Skill gain stops after 1 minute. Okay,
Oh,
that's something we would never have known.
never. That would have sucked. Like the first person who experienced that, that would have sucked for them.
I wonder how he figured that out. If people just filleted a ton of meat and then
Yeah.
realized after the 1 minute mark they were never getting a butchering skill up.
Well, you know, if you're pulling something like that off, you're probably sitting there looking at the skill tab as your timer's going up, waiting for the sweet gains.
Right, Antirk, yeah. You can fillet even after you put in FSB. You can do... Yeah, you can basically fillet whenever. The only benefit of what Griffo's saying is that if you had a giant piece of meat, it would... One fillet action can potentially give you multiple ticks because it'll fillet it all out in one big action.
And each,
but
this is something that maybe you don't know about butchering, is that let's say you butcher an animal and it creates a hide, an eyeball, and a bladder. Let's say it creates 3 items. Each one of the items gives you a chance of getting a tick. In fact, you could get all 3 ticks in one action.
Wow.
So that's how butchering works.
Yeah, so Adam has decided to take on the role of the butcher. I don't know, how have you guys been doing it? If you've deeded and you live with other people, have you decided to separate the skills out? And have you decided to take on like a mastery role or something? And if so, what are your roles in your deeds? I'd like to hear what everybody's sort of been up to and how your village has been going, because this is sort of what we've done. We split the roles. If one person's going to do something, we try not to do it as well.
Yeah, we try our best. It's just, there's some skills that overlap. Like, for example, carpentry is one of those skills that just goes up as you do stuff.
Oh no, Antir. Everyone that lives with you are deadbeats, except for Casto, who digs a lot.
Casto extended the road. He did a lot of work.
Was it Casto that did it?
Yeah. And he claims he was new. I was like, boy, you don't look new. You're like digging like a fiend here. And he's like, nope, I'm new.
Oh, Keenan, you split roles, but you went with weaponsmithing? Oh no, God. Oh. For people that don't know, yeah, weaponsmithing is, would you call it the hardest skill in the game?
I mean,
the
longest
I don't know. Skill in the game.
It might be the longest. It might be, unless you see, it's the longest one that you would want to get, into the high 90s. There are other ones that would take longer to get into the high 90s, but you probably would never ever want to. Like, for example, metallurgy is one of those skills that if you wanted to get metallurgy to 90 or high 90s,
you know what?
That'll take way longer.
God, sorry.
And hey, more to warm.
Yeah. I would love to be able to sit like this without a meditation rug. Wouldn't that be awesome? Maybe without the actual meditation hands.
Like with an emote?
Not even just with an emote. With
right-click the ground
command.
Right-click the ground and sit?
Sure. Right-click the ground, or just like a keybind. That'd be cool.
Yep, that would be cool.
And then imagine if you could like sit or crouch to hide from people.
Sit or crouch. Yeah.
In some sort of deep forest or something. I guess you wouldn't really need that. Within a bush? That would work in like an oleander bush.
Yeah, sit in a large barrel.
Sit in a large barrel, that would be awesome.
Are there any emote keybinds? I don't know if you can bind emotes to keybinds.
That's a good question. I don't think I've ever tried that.
Let's see.
And
Hold
if there
on.
was, how many
I'm
people
gonna.
would be binding like the fart emote to a key so that
Yeah,
they
it
can
doesn't.
hit that off anytime that they want it?
Right. It doesn't look like
Uh,
you can bind to key any of the emotes.
yeah. Unfortunately,
As a
Reba,
player,
no key binds
Keenan,
for emote.
Keenan, the way you said that made it sound like you could bind emotes if you weren't a player.
What do you mean weren't a player?
Which tells me that there is the code put into the game for that. It's just not accessible by players.
Oh,
Why? Why?
weren't we able to use chat commands to activate emotes? I'm not sure.
I mean,
I don't know if we've ever done it.
I don't know if you've ever had this experience, but you're like on a horse, on a cart, and you're traveling down a road, and somebody's like coming towards you, and you want to go wave at them, right? So you go to try to click on them, but you miss, and you try to click again, and you miss, and you like click, and it's like you get their card, or you get, and in the end, you cross paths, and you didn't get to emote them. Like, wouldn't it be
Right.
great if we could just like have a button, so you just highlight over them and you just spam that button or something, and just make it so much easier.
Yeah, Amethyst. You can completely repeat fart as much as you want. I give you permission.
Keenan, stop
Will
talking.
emote
He's like, I said
keybinds
too much.
Will emote keybinds make people turn the sounds of Wurm off? Possibly. I'm one to talk. I probably should have already turned my emote sounds off, but I have not. So my character, Pharrell, you're saying my character look like it has a bull's neck from behind because of the beard. Potentially. Does that look better? Looking at from the front. And good morning, Admiral Myth. Thanks for joining us. Catspur, you still struggle to find waving because you search for it in friendly. Yeah, you kind of have to memorize where it is. I think you can fart yourself through the whole gameplay. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have brought up the whole farting topic here. Keenan said you're having that issue. Yeah, it might be something to look into in the future. There's a lot of things that this game could look into in the future, that's for sure.
I'm sure, yeah. Like, for example, fillet should be an option in the crafting window. Why is that not a thing?
You can, Reba, you sometimes applaud your guards if they kill something. Is that how you make it feel like you're less not a hermit in your house? You could also invite people to your village too. That could work. Oh, Griffo, you haven't had sounds on in Wurm in like 9 years. Oh my god. How much sounds have you been missing? I guess you haven't been missing it at all. Maybe you should just turn it on as an experiment just to see if it does anything for you.
There was a long time where I didn't play with sound.
All right. I'm never going to keep up with this chat, I must say.
Yeah, we're just going to have to
okay, so that's how you... Yeah. So I haven't even talked about... So what did we do? We came here... the stream that we lost, we came here, we deeded, we taught someone on the stream how to do terraforming.
Mm-hmm.
And what else did we do? We started probably just a few things, just hints at a few things. A lot of it was traveling to this place, talking about the different things generally that we were wanting to do here. And there's a few things that we wanted to go through. God, I didn't see a lot of the responses. So what we did was we split up the roles, and me and Adam have very distinct roles. If you've watched us over the years, we have not ventured from that at all. Adam's
Nope.
the miner. Adam's the guy that wants to be in the mines. He wants
Hmm.
to get his blacksmithing up. He loves the forge. I'm the the wood cutting guy. I love to chop trees and do carpentry,
You're also masonry.
and the masonry guy. So I love to do masonry, and you can see that's sort of how our skills are. I feel like I might be taking on a little bit too much. So carpentry's at like 32. I'm trying to get my fine carpentry up. It's 25. My wood cutting is sort of matching my carpentry. I'm trying to keep it up there at 30. So that those are my three big skills. My masonry is also at 30, and my stone cutting's at 30. Uh, what are you guys? What have you been working on? What is your highest skills, and why have you been working on them? So you can see sort of I've split my skills up into all of these things. I haven't concentrated on one or two. I feel like if I was concentrating on just carpentry, or if I was concentrating on just masonry, I could have got boosted those up to 40 or 50 maybe. But yeah, Zodin, your highest skill is 50 masonry. Yeah, see, that's where I eventually want to get to for sure. And Catspur, your highest skill is carpentry at just over 20. You'll
So
get there,
Zodan,
Cat. Don't worry.
is it that you're focusing on masonry and you're just like that's the skill you're doing, or have you just been playing a whole lot? Because to get to 50 by now would require full focus, I think. I've been splitting my skills personally. I've been doing mining, got that to 30. I've been killing myself with weaponsmithing because God.
Weaponsmithing.
But that skill goes up so slow. I probably did more weaponsmithing than blacksmithing, and I think my weaponsmithing's only 8 or something like that.
Yeah, and Serene, yeah, your high skills carpentry, but as a side effect. I almost feel like
Yeah.
carpentry and digging are sort of skills that just go up based on what you need to do anyway. You need to terraform your land, and you need to build houses and make some lots of stuff with carpentry that it just kind of goes up.
There's no way
And
somebody got to 90.
oh no, Mortal Wombat, you've spread yourself way too much. Your highest is 30 carpentry, yeah. And you got body control 21 yesterday. Congrats, Mortal Wombat. That's awesome.
I
21
think
body control is what everyone's sort of
yeah,
working towards right
that
now.
is a big landmark for most people. I still haven't gotten it. Although butchering is giving me some body control. I'm close. I'm 20.9, so getting there.
And Ches,
But
your highest is 43. So you love terraforming, digging 43. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what you got to do.
we've definitely been spreading ourselves thin, us two. I think we're concentrating on too many things, but I think that's okay because this is a long-term game. You know, we're only what, a week in?
Yeah, just try
And
not to spread yourselves too thin.
too thin.
Don't
Yeah.
burn yourself out. Yeah, because if you this game is completely long term. It's a game that you're supposed to come back to and just level up. I saw a bunch of people. So I know the other day, Adam went into the trade chat and he was like, "Wow, somebody already has 50 quality something or other." I
Mhm.
can't remember what it was. Maybe like a mallet or something. And they were selling a 50 quality mallet, and then I can tell people were sort of looking at being like, "Oh man, I wish we could all get to 50 quality." And there was just this feeling of like this should be a race or something like that. And if you play the game like it's a race, first person up, you more than likely you'll not make it.
Yeah, you're not going to win that
Most
race. That's
players
the
are
problem.
you're not gonna win. You're gonna get burned out. You're gonna stop playing. That's not what this game's about. It's about the
Right.
journey. It's not about the
Yeah,
destination.
totally.
Don't care about what other people have done. but share your accomplishments of what you have done, because all of your accomplishments are big deals.
Yeah. I mean, the way that I'm figuring it is that that person who grinds all the way to 50 and is now selling their 50 quality stuff, there's a possibility, and probably a good one, that that person's going to eventually burn themselves out and not be in the market anymore.
We've
Whereas
seen it so much
seen
over
it
the
so many
years.
times. Yeah. So those people who take their time and enjoy the journey and are sticking with it for months on end, um, by the end of those months, they'll be the ones at the top of the market. And the people who didn't make it are just not, the people who burnt themselves out aren't going to be there.
That's right. Yeah. I'm sort of skipping over the chat. Sorry if I missed your comments, but Reflex is saying, for me, burnout happens when you focus on one thing and fail and fall into the grind. So you avoid burnout by doing lots of different things. Yeah, become
Mhm.
the the everyman.
I would agree with that sentiment myself too. Got to switch it up. When speaking of like missing the chat, another thing we keep missing, and I'm going to remind you right now
Yes.
because we said that we're going to do it this time, and we're going to make it like, and that is
We said it.
we said it. We keep forgetting to do it and doing a good job
Yeah.
at it. So we're going to do some shout outs. We're going to do some shout outs now. So
Oh,
of
that's
course.
right. Yeah,
So
go
wanna
do the
figure it
shout
out?
outs.
You do
Of
them
course.
and I'll do the tech typing.
Okay, so obviously, if I'm just looking over the chat, you have Catspur, who's been here since the beginning. You all know who Catspur is at this point. She streamed a month worth of content in 5 days and made it to partner. Yeah, you made it to the application of partner.
Oh my god,
which is
I'm the
just
worst.
crazy. And definitely go to
This one.
the second one that Adam did not screw up in our chat. If you have not followed her yet, definitely follow her, because she's been awesome with
True Wormian at heart.
with Wurm. Yeah, true Wormian at heart. Ugh. Who else do we have here in the chat?
Serene.
If I'm Serene, yeah.
Yeah, we got to do a shout out for Serene.
So Serene, whoa,
I see.
there's Catspur right now. Oh, goodbye. Yeah. So there's Serene. So you can do shout out Serene. She's been streaming Wurm for quite a bit. I think the first time that we saw you streaming Wurm was when you went through the labyrinth with your frying pans, and you made it out with your labyrinth crystal ball, the Puzzle King's crystal ball, and then you've just been streaming since then. We went to the Impalong a few weeks ago, and that was an awesome experience. You were streaming there, so definitely go. If you have not checked out Serene, you should definitely check her out. Follow her. She streams Wurm much more than we do these days. And who else is there? Anybody? Am I missing anybody?
We got Overrider.
Overrider. Yes, Overrider has been streaming Wurm almost like quite a
For
bit.
a long time.
How much have you been streaming Wurm? Did you, Overrider, did you start new on the new servers, or are you still going strong on your main character? Either way, go there. I noticed you have a lot of like filters and stuff going on your stream. It's pretty cool. I like the ambiance of your stream. So if you haven't checked him out, go click that link and check him out.
My favorite is the Back to the Future clips. Like, you almost have to go see it to understand what it is, but it's kind of cool.
Oh, so you're on the new servers and you're on the old server still on Xanadu. That's pretty cool. You were trying to bring the darkness of Libela in.
Can you make what is that, mycelium on the Freedom servers now? Did they add that?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, so sorry if I'm missing anybody. That's
No,
If I
sadly.
am,
Mm,
let me know in the chats. Yeah, no mycelium on PvE,
that's
unfortunately.
sad. That's sad.
All right. Oh, it's getting dark in the game already, and I haven't done that much already. I
I know.
wanted to focus on a few things today before we get out of control. You can
Out of
see
control.
here.
There's no
Yeah.
beer.
So I know no beer this morning. It's mostly water and coffee, I must say.
By the way, that
Uh,
stream that we did last week on Friday,
oh no,
definitely
that didn't
out of
work.
control. I got out of control by the end. I
Yeah.
was drunk. You were drunk. I couldn't follow the chat anymore. Like I got to that point.
Oh,
Um,
cats. Are you really trying to remind me that we went out and we tried to get a bear and we did not get any furs? But thank you for hitting that mystery Brian face channel button. So the goal of this button is that every single week it'll be a different filter. So this is the only week that it'll be a bear, so that we can keep reminding ourselves that we have no fur.
yep.
Anyway, I don't know. I wanted to do a bunch of things today. I wanted to show you guys how maybe I grind skills. Everybody grind skills probably a little differently,
Mm.
although probably not that differently. So I'll probably do that at some point today.
I kind of want to see that because you're pretty secretive about how you grind skills, and you always seem to be out grinding me. So
I don't grind that much. Well, we'll get to that. The other
Yeah.
thing that I want to talk about. So was it yesterday on Cats on your stream? I don't know. All of the streams are like blending together for me because you're basically like a 24-hour stream machine at this point. So you had brought up a topic that I loved, and that was you were trying to get together and a list of items that you wanted to present to the devs of what we could do to enhance the deed system. Like, what benefits could we give on top of the benefits that we already have to have a deed? What do people want to see added? And there was a whole bunch of, I don't know if you made that list, Cats, of what everybody was saying. Everybody had like a lot of really nice comments on that. And I know Adam's comment was that if you deed maybe the harvest stage, so this stage of farming, would last maybe an extra day or two. So it wouldn't decay. And I love that too. Because I know some Wurm Unlimited servers make it so they never decay and they're always just at the highest yield, harvest yield. But I had made a comment. So, I mean, first of all, I don't know if anybody did not catch that stream yesterday or that part of the stream. And if you had something that you wanted to see as an extra benefit to having a deed, list it now. And I'm sure Catspur would love to add it to her list. Now, in saying that, when you were commenting on that, and I had something's going on with my things here, but I had, okay, this is very hard to be serious, Serene, when you do this. So everybody, like, what would you
Now,
want to see?
if I could just interject here for a second,
Yeah.
we didn't really plan this flow of this stream very well beforehand. But now that we're at this point, I feel like wouldn't it be a better order where you show us how you grind skills, you start grinding skills, and then while we're grinding skills, we have this conversation.
Yes, but grinding. Okay, so all right.
I really just want to see how you grind your skills.
I think yeah. Okay, Adam has. Okay, everybody just say what you want to see.
Which
And
yeah.
Cats will write them down, and then I'll make a comment on that.
Yes, yes. I can what I could do
You
is
can list them out so that I can start preparing. So I'll show you guys something that, of course, that I do. So I mean, I don't do that much. So I do carpentry and masonry. So carpentry is probably a little better than masonry. Let's think about how I'm going to do this.
yeah, let's do carpentry. Carpentry
Okay,
is a
so
good one. It's like standard style.
it's the standard one, isn't it? Okay, so I'm going to just create, this is what I do. So I create, right now, we have 3 queue actions, right? And you can see that in the crafting window here. I have 3 queue actions. I have not unlocked anything else. I doubt anybody has really unlocked more than 3 at this point on the old server. So I'm going to get some wood. And I'm going to make myself, I mean, you can make yourself whatever you want. You can have small barrels. You can have this fruit press like I made. I did it with the beds, basically anything carpentry that I can think of. Let me just take out some junky wood, and I'll just make myself like 3 spindles, since that's something really easy. And you can see here what I've done, because I don't have the tool belts yet, is I made myself a carpentry category. So I went here and I added a group and I called it carpentry tools, and then I put my carpentry tools in here. Oh, I already have a log in there. And so you have to be prepared for all the tools that you need right off the bat. Carving knife. Actually, let's use the crafting window so people can see it that way. And I'm going to make myself 3 spindles. And the
These are
reason
all
why you
great.
make 3 is because then you have 3 items that you can queue up actions for, which makes life a little bit easier than trying to do 2 or 1. And what you're really trying to do here... Oh, that did not work. Let's see if I can even get 3 spindles. Yeah, I've been trying to get in the habit still of using the crafting window. I almost feel like there should be... Oh, absurdities, you monster. Thank you so much for that raid. 31
Welcome.
people. Thank you for joining our stream, everyone that just came in from Absurdity stream. We are about... This is a great time. Oh, thanks for the follow,
Yeah, this is-
Oxygen.
Thank you for the follow. This is the perfect time for you guys to join, because Brian is just about to reveal how he grinds his skills.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the follow, everyone. I don't know why the alert didn't... Oh, that's not saying that. Thanks for the follow. So Zal Moxis Wurm. Yeah, so I was in the process of explaining how I grind skills in Wurm. I make 3 items. Doesn't matter what the items are. And oh, thanks for the follow, Ivy Song.
Ivy Song,
Thank you for joining us. And Pharrell, which I'm sure it's going to
pop up in a second.
Pop up in a second here. So I make the 3 items, and which is now done. And I'm trying to organize it in a way. Oh, thank you so much, Pharrell. There it is. I'm going to remove this group that I made. So there's the 3 items. I can see here the 3 items that need logs. I have my log here. I don't really need the maplewood log. I guess I can use it for a bit. It's 12 quality. I have all my tools ready to go. And I'm basically going to queue up actions. The 3 actions for all of these 3 spindles. before I do that, oh, I've got 3 minutes of sleep bonus. That's not a lot. Always try to trigger the sleep bonus. And if you don't know what sleep bonus is, I think everybody does. Thank you for the follow, Morlack. Uh, it it basically gives you double experience. So this is the time to use it if you have it. It does do a few more things than that. You can look up in Wurmpedia what sleep bonus actually gives you. But this is the main reason why people use sleep bonus. And you just basically pop the sleep bonus if you have it. If not, no problem. And I'll take my maple log and see at the top here, because I have all three that are going to be logs, definitely you're going to have a keybind for improving and a keybind for repairing. A lot of people, this is like standard Wurm practice if you haven't. My keybind is just spacebar and R, although R has been taken over by the repeat action, so I've now changed it to shift, spacebar, and R for myself. So what I do is I just click here on the top and hit the improve button. I'll toggle my sleep bonus and let it fly. And at this point, you can either have your skill window open or that skill tracker open, just to see. At this point, it's just carpentry skill that I'm going to get, because spindles are just carpentry. Do I do much else? Other things that you can keep in mind is nutrition does impact a little bit of how much skill gain that you get. So definitely make sure that your skill gain's good. Definitely make sure that your water is good before you start this, unlike what I just did, so that you're not wasting your sleep bonus. And at this point, you're wanting to focus in on all of the items that you have. If you need to repair something, you repair it. And what you're going to do is you're going to improve them to the point of around your skill level, or what you can do. So at the beginning, you can do something like 20 quality, and
passing that helm.
Oh God, are you wanting me to shut up, Rayburn? I've spoken too much.
Yeah, let's put a helm over his face.
So at this point, you're wanting to improve them just at the beginning. When you don't have much skill, you could probably improve them close to 20 if you have that wood or the logs. You basically improve them as high as you can go with the logs at the start. But then as you get higher, you'll want to improve them to about your skill, and then sort of switch them out to new items.
Yeah, I would say you can go above your skill.
Somewhat, but I feel like you stop losing.
Right.
Yeah,
like I've read guides that claim that you just should take the items way above your skill to quote unquote the sweet spot that is somewhere way up there. But
whatever
from my
that
experience,
is these days.
Yeah, from my experience, what I found is that when you get up there, you fail a lot. Like you fail actions all the time when they're way above your skill.
Yeah,
and I feel like that really does
stamina
hinder the skill gain over time. I'm going to go back here. Pharrell was saying she's seeing the animation. Did you play MTG Arena by any chance? I must say I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I also don't know what that is.
Okay.
Maybe you can explain a little bit, Pharrell.
And Griffo's asking, how come Adam doesn't have any filter options? And there's a good reason for that.
Oh, Magic the Gathering. There it is. Oh, you're talking about the animation of the alerts that I put in.
The follow.
It's just a coincidence. It does look similar to a Magic the Gathering, doesn't it?
And the reason why I don't have any filter options is because we can't get them to work.
Eventually, we're trying.
Yeah, we're trying. We'll figure it out. But Brian's the one streaming, so it's all going through him. I'm just sending him my video feed, and he's putting it in there. But we haven't figured out how to connect Twitch because the Twitch alerts or the Twitch like rewards to we can get it
There
so
goes my
that
sleep bonus.
either it'll be me or it will be Brian, but we can't get it so that it's both. So we figured we'll just do it with Brian for now.
Yeah, maybe we'll add some manual ones where Adam would have to keep track of the activity feed, and when someone triggers it,
I can
he'll
hit a
turn it
button
on.
and do something like this.
Yeah.
Babyface Adam.
Everybody wants to see the babyface Adam. I think that's what it is.
Oh, is that what it is? Everybody wants to see the babyface Adam?
Oh man. Yeah. The beard is super.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love that
Dwarf
one.
Adam is awesome. Okay, so I mean that's essentially what I do. I'll level these up.
Yes, I did copy all of the suggestions for the deed progression, and I put those into a Google Doc, and I shared that with you, Brian. So at some point.
At some point, I'm going to have to look at who did you share it with?
Your gold.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is what I'm assuming everybody has said in the chat.
Yeah, we can get that. Have we finished your explanation of your skilling? You just
I think I did.
Queue up 3 actions.
At least to
and you just
start
keep
with.
going.
That's what I've been doing. So far,
Yep.
you can see I've gotten 0.13 skill, almost 1.4, and it's been only 5 minutes or so. So it's not too bad. Within the hour, I mean, we're in the 30 skill level, so it's going to start slowing down. At lower levels, you're going pretty fast. Carpentry's not the fastest skill, but it's still fairly fast. Pottery, I did some pottery, and I got that to 17. And pottery was actually fairly fast skill, I must say, at low levels.
There's quite a few skills that are fast.
I stopped because I was just starting to do way too many skills at once.
Right,
too
many. Yeah. But it's good to get those ones up, like the basic levels. Like 17 is great. That way, like when you go to make a bunch of, let's say, pottery bowls, it won't be fail after fail after fail. Like you'll at least have like the base sort of skill to make
Zoden, what should you skill on? I started skilling on jars. So jars is fine. You can probably level, there's a number of things, but start with jars, get your skill to like 10 to 15. You can switch over to other things like measuring jugs and stuff. You always want to skill, I find, something that takes you like, you have a 50% chance to create. I also didn't mention that. If you do something like a 50% chance of creation, then you'll have pretty good skill with that sort of thing. And
I agree with that. But
if that makes sense.
The other thing to consider is that you should also skill up on things that you need, right? Like, for example, I needed, like a bunch of pottery bowls so that I can start working up my hot food cooking. So, you make a bunch of pottery bowls and you get those up. Make the things that you need first and skill up on those. And then maybe if you have a neighbor who needs a bunch of pottery bowls as well.
Also, something that I did not touch upon, and you're right, you already answered this, Mortal Wombat. So you can see my stamina. Never, ever make that stamina bar end an action with no stamina. You won't get either any skill ups for that or very little skill ups.
I think you get 10% of the skill.
Yeah, very small. So never, small. If that last action goes below that, and a good example for that is like mining. When doing mining at this level, you could probably only do 2 actions before your stamina bar runs out.
Yeah.
Stop at that 2 actions. Don't do a third one. Don't regain your stamina and do it again. And you can sort of see that my 3 actions, and the reason why I didn't cover it, because I already knew in my head that my 3 actions would not drain my stamina, but will drain it to a point like 40%, 30% before it goes back up. Knowing that, the longer, every time your stamina bar goes down, the longer it takes to do your action. And that in turn also gives you a better chance at getting a higher amount of skill
Right. The longer
for
the
that action.
action, yeah, the longer
That's
the
why I'm
action,
queuing.
the higher the skill. Okay, that's a big thing in this game. Except for if the action makes your stamina bar run out. A good tip for mining, if you're interested in getting your mining up, is mine the ceilings. If you mine the ceilings, it just gives you so much more actions to do, and they're quicker actions that you can queue up more of.
Yeah.
Um,
And thanks for the follow, Unicorey. Thanks for
hey,
joining
Elliot,
us.
Elliot Pop logged in.
Oh, we've got Elliot Pop and Pyro in our village right now. How are you guys
And
doing? I'm not
Pyro,
sure if you guys
yes.
are in this chat. Physic, thanks for that follow. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, well, what else was I gonna say? Who was it that just commented on that? Somebody just said something. Oh, Polar Bear, yeah. So as you start gaining more stamina and you're finding that like you're queuing up as much as you can, and yet you're still not draining your stamina, you could potentially turn on your climbing, do your actions, and what that does is it stops your stamina from regenning, and then you can just queue up more actions at lower stamina so that you have a better chance of getting more experience for that action until
Hmm.
and there are some stuff that you can do that for. Specifically right now, if you're trying to get body control and you're doing it through investigation, through archaeology, or you're doing it through this archery target, shooting arrows at the archery target, pop that climbing mode on, do your archery targets
Mm-hmm.
so that your stamina will not regen. Because I think the archery target, your stamina goes down very slowly, and then make your stamina go down to like the lowest, and then turn off climbing. That'll give you more benefit of like your actions.
Speaking of which, I think I'm going to do that because I am really close to my new body control.
Yeah, something that I have not been able to show off is I did get to body control 21 the
These
other
hell
day.
horses. I'm going to move your cart.
Arnold VHS workout tapes are the best for body control, Gain. That's true. If you turn them on and watch them on the side, take away the monotony for sure of your body control game. And that's something I sort of hinted on was just slightly was the two, I guess, ways that people are leveling their body control, which is making yourself a bow, shooting at the archery target of arrow shafts, or doing investigation through archaeology. They both give you similar, and you can see here Adam's shield going through his head, through his
Oh, my shield is on. Let me take my shield off.
his archery practice. So I mean that's what he's doing right now is his archery practice.
Yeah, actually, getting hurt there was actually nice because it makes the timer longer.
Oh, you got hurt there.
Yeah, the horse gave me a whack.
And this is if you're wanting to do it safely. You do get body control just through other means as well. You can see here that I'm getting body control through carpentry, right? I got 0.013 just by leveling these or improving these spindle.
Yeah, and I was getting body control by doing butchering too. You know, imping spindles is another one that people say is a good thing to do at the beginning.
Yeah.
Did
That's
my
true.
bowstring already break? Oh, good.
Your bowstring already broke. Yeah, that's one problem with archery. All right, so Adam said that he wrote down a bunch of what you guys were saying about what you'd want to see to advance or to be implemented into the benefits of having a deed. Well, let me read them for faster growing crops.
But before you get to that, we should, anybody who hasn't given their suggestions. So what we're trying to do here is come up with a list of things that we would want as sort of a bonus to deeds. something that's going to be beneficial to the player for planting their deed. So if you have any ideas, put them in chat and we'll come up with a list of stuff. And we're going to make this suggestion to the devs at some point.
Basically passing them along to cats. We'll pass it along to make the suggestion to the devs. Okay, so let me read what you guys said. Sorry, Adam did not put who said them, but
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I'm sure someone did. So if you said them, this is thank you for the suggestions here so far. I see faster growing crop, which is number 1, which I also suggested, and Pats was saying that she did not like that idea because there are a bunch of lazy farmers that just want to put down their crops and then wait a week for them to really grow. And if you did them, if they were too fast, I could see how that would be just like a chore, especially for someone who has a farming deed. We knew like Nightshade had a huge deed back in the day in 2013, and she was, even her, with the way that the crops, it was so big that she would get to the end of farming and it would already need farming again, like the beginning ones. And it was just like too much to handle the amount of tiles that she had. And so it's true, like if you have too many tiles, it could just be a nightmare. So the better suggestion was to have the harvesting level stage of crops just last longer. I'm not sure if that's already written here, but
no, it's not written here, but this isn't the official list. I think that this is just the list of, I just copied and pasted what people were saying.
Okay. Another thing for improving items that will become more prevalent down the road, so you might as well get used to this, is always try to use the material, like the wood, and like items like water, but start your actions with those. Start your queuing actions with those. So here I have a log, so I'm going to start with the log first and then move to the carving knife to do the second and third actions. And the reason you want to do that is because later, when you have really nice quality tools, and you might have gone out and gotten the COC enchanted on them to get better skill gain, if you do get a skilling tick that's further down your stamina so that you get more skill, but you use like a log instead of a tool, so you'll actually get less skill for that because your tool has COC on it, so you'll get better skill ups for it. You'll get the benefit, the bonus of like whatever the COC is on top of the bonus of having that lower stamina. So to navigate that, yes, you can cast COC on your logs. That would be more of if you are the priest and you can just do that all the time, because you would need to do that for lots and lots of logs to keep that up. People do that for water. People do that for... Do they do that for water? I think you did that for water, Adam. You do that for lumps? We cast COC on it.
Oh, yes. No. You have to...
I know
I
one
see what
of
you're
them
saying.
didn't work.
You have to cast COC on the item, not on the water. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. I can't remember. Just
So,
you
okay,
can
so
put COC on materials like water.
Here's the
like
thing about putting
logs,
COC on water is
like
that...
clay.
Right, but the problem with water is that if you put COC on the water and do smithing, it will not give you any more skill gain. In order to get... And this is only for water, by the way. Every other material that Brian listed there, it will work if you put it on the log. It'll work if you put it on the lump.
Thank you, Overrider, for that.
It'll
host.
work. But the problem is with the tempering action alone. And in order to get the COC gain for the tempering action, the COC has to be on the item. So on my other tune, what I would do is for weaponsmithing, I would just cast COC on a whole bunch of weapons. And then that gives you the COC. I don't know why it's like that. I wish it wasn't. I wish COC water worked. Although COC water works for tailoring. Because it's not tempering. And maybe pottery, yeah. As long as it's not tempering. Sounds like a bug, Keenan says. Well, if it's a bug, it's been in the game since I've known about this since we started. And it's been mentioned I don't know how many times.
So you could see here that my log is too. Actually, this log's not too low. I should start using this one.
But if that could be fixed, man, that would make a big difference. Baby
oh
face.
man, thanks for the follow and the baby face. Thanks for the follow at Admiral Myth and thank you Pyro. I think people will take me more seriously now. So in saying that, it is more likely that people are going to have COC on their tools than their mats. That's why you do that. And I believe you somewhat get less experience for some mats anyway than doing tools in general. I think water is one of them. You'd have to really test that. I can't remember these days, but just in general, tools give more experience, get more skills. So it's a good practice to just kind of do that in that way. That just like some advanced tips. You don't really need to follow them, but they're there if you want to. Let's go back to what we were doing here. All right, so I'd gone through the faster growing crops and the more time per harvest. And thank you so much for the follow, Donut. Thank you for joining us here. I'm glad you're enjoying our stream. Oak wood tools are the best, asked Admiral Myth. Yes, in the sense that they will damage less. I can't remember the exact percentage. You can look that up. There's a specific, I guess, amount of percentage that it'll damage less. It won't give you
I think it's
20%
20, yeah.
use damage. There you go.
Oh yeah, Raybarg.
Thank you, Raybarg.
Raybarg says 20, yeah.
It's not, so that's why they're the best. Yeah, nothing really else. And you can utilize that for your advantage. For example, to make an oak wood mallet, the mallet head needs to be oak, but not the shaft in order to make it into an oak wood. And every tool has something like that. It's like
that's the way it
piece.
works. No, that's the way it works for most tools. It's like the head or the main head. Part of the tool. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, exactly.
Just
Raybarg says cedar has a reduction in decay damage, so furniture is the best made out of cedar. It's like the same with boats,
like containers and
containers, anything that's going to be left on the ground.
Yeah.
Bulk storage bins.
Right.
And the Atom Cam is up, and you can see I am shooting my arrows.
Shooting his arrows at that target. I guess with the Atom Cam, I don't actually need to be next to Adam. So
watching me.
Walk away. I'm watching Adam watching the Atom Cam.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'll be over here, and you've got Elliot Pop doing nice amount of. Let's watch him because we don't know what's going on. He's basically flattening this land, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have an Elliot Pop cam.
Yeah, no Elliot Pop cam or Pyro cam, just an Atom Cam. So you can see here, I did plant some willow trees by the shore.
Sanddog says it's never too early for tall boys.
Yeah, maybe.
After that last stream, Brian's like, never again. he got to that part. He got to that point.
No, not never again. But that was a fun night. That was a fun night that I don't really remember all of it. I was like reading some comments about our stream and of what we were doing or what we did, and I don't remember doing a lot of it. I don't remember talking about Animal Crossing. Apparently that happened.
I was telling him about Animal Crossing. That like the next day he was like, "Oh, somebody's put a comment about Animal Crossing. I wonder why." And I'm like, "Because you went on a whole rant about Animal Crossing." He's like, "I don't even remember that."
I'm like, "I don't think so. I don't know that much about Animal Crossing. Like I played it a little bit." Anyway, God, I forgot what I was gonna say. So for improving, always use the tool that has the highest COC last. How about that? Oh, thanks for the follow. Fletchlock Gaming, that needs to be fixed. I need to to make that alert
Oh, and
larger.
Reba, wood textures did make a comeback about a year
Did it?
or so ago. I pretty sure. Like what like dip types come out looking differently on finished
Oh, that's
items.
true. Yes.
Yes.
That was a few years ago, I would say, these days.
Yes. Not just no, like you can take a look at our, I don't know if you can see our our bulk storage bins. I don't know if you're around that area.
I am walking slow, but yeah.
But the bulk storage bins is a
here-
good because we have different
Different shades of this one's cedar wood, this one's fir wood, pine wood, and 2 cedar woods there. So yeah.
and they look slightly
I
different.
think almost like not everything, but almost everything
Almost everything
these days, because the way they do it now is different than the way they did it before. Before they did it with actual different texture packs.
Yeah.
And now they're doing it with like shaders or something like that, where they just
Furniture
need
too,
one
yeah.
shader pack. They just need
It
one
works.
texture, and then they can shade it differently.
Could you
depending on the
believe
wood type?
I like the way they used to do it must have been just so ridiculous to add new items in. It's like they needed a different texture for the different wood types for every
And
single
then-
It's like
Yeah.
that's just absolutely
And
ridiculous.
with beds here, this is olive wood. This one's birch wood. You can see the difference in colors. This one's even different. This one's linden wood. And validate, did we stay on Harmony? No. So last stream, which was on Steam, and unfortunately we don't have that stream anymore. We
Mhm.
took our boat and we went south, and now we're on Melody.
Yep.
So we are, if anybody really wants to know, we're right here in this area of Melody. Here's
Should
Melody.
stream trying to get some furs.
Right. Oh,
I
God.
know.
Yeah.
Pyro. That was chaos.
That
It
was
totally
chaos. Yeah, we'd already talked about that a bit.
Pyro had lost his life on our adventure to get
Yes,
furs,
yes, Pyro.
and I got myself down to 1% at one point,
Yeah, I was down to 3% at least a couple
And-
times.
and Brian had a bad wound that was getting worse at 3% health.
I had a bad wound and a medium wound.
And a
And
medium
then
wound.
all of a sudden we found like 2 bears. And we're like,
the
oh,
same
here's
time.
the bears. Now
Right.
that we're at 3% health, we've been looking
There-
for you guys forever. We
Right.
have Pyro dead. We have
And hell horses, hellhounds on us, and spiders, and two
hellhounds
bears,
and 2
and
spiders,
we're like,
and then 2 bears decide to join
No.
the fray.
we can't do this.
Ah,
So we tucked our tails between our legs and went home.
ran before we got any furs at all. We
Yeah.
had and we had butchered and butchered and butchered. Got no furs. So
No
that's why
furs.
Adam was working on his butchering skill
Yep.
since then. So Adam will be the butchering guy. We can just go out fighting, and we'll bring back the corpses for him to butcher if he's not around.
Sounds like a
That's
plan.
sort of what I'll do. Oh, I did not get. Okay, so back to this list of deed bonuses that you guys have said. So you're saying, what does this mean? Better perms, better perimeters, better perms? No, better perks.
Oh,
Like harvest specific fruit trees would be amazing.
We missed a good question. So it
Oh,
says it's been a
yes.
few years. When casting on your lump to combine that lump without losing the cast, what's the trick?
Oh, okay. I can show you this through play if I have play on me. Where's my cart?
Although
Play in my cart.
you can simulate this by naming it, right?
Oh, that's true. Do we have
But-
clay in a BSB? Because I can't
Yes,
find my cart right now.
it's in the one that's in the corner,
This one?
in the far right corner. Yeah.
Here's clay. So let's say I had 5 clay, and this one had COC. So if I rename this to like 151 COC, like that would ever happen. I want to see that. I want to see 151 COC.
You can get
Okay,
109. Or is
Can
it
you?
even
109.
100? I think is it 111? I don't even know. Something like that.
So you'd want this to not be the top one. Any other one here. I don't know if that's still the case. You would want to activate your COC, your 151 COC clay or lumps. And granted, for lumps, these would all have to be glowing. And then you would right click the top here and then combine. And if you do that, then you can see here that the COC one, the COC will stay on the item. If you do it any other way, the COC will disappear. And then definitely don't throw this into a BSB. That will also erase the COC on it as well.
J Popper Worm says, "What odd and obscure game is this you're playing?"
Yes, J Popper Worm. Anybody want to answer that?
With Worm in his name, yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely not Worm Online, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's how you do clay.
Yeah, so the
Play
show
Minecraft. Just with like a Worm Online skin over it. Yeah, so don't put it into a BSB like I just did. So what I usually do is I'll just
Did you
add...
manually babyface it?
Oh, why isn't it off? It's supposed to turn off after a minute. I gotta look into that. Okay, so I did not manually babyface that, so I don't know why I did that. Have I been babyfaced this whole time and no one said anything? Okay, so Green Rock said permissions. So better permissions. Okay, for harvesting specific fruit trees would be amazing. So better permissions. Okay, is there not like good permissions for that right now? I thought there was.
Oh, Raybar,
Unless...
that's some complicated stuff there. Sorry, what are you looking for?
Is there permissions to harvest specific fruit trees? Oh, you mean specific fruit trees. So separate the different fruit trees and give specific permissions to those fruit trees.
So somebody can harvest the apple trees, but can't harvest the lemon trees.
Yeah, that would be some crazy micro permission system there.
Right.
Because I know that there's a permission to harvest fruit trees or not harvest fruit trees. But like specific fruit trees, yeah.
Right.
That'd be interesting. So here, let's go to the next one because you listed a whole bunch and I'm going through them really, really slowly.
Yeah, I literally just listed the ones that people were saying.
Okay, so let me do less or no decay on rare items on Deed. Less or no decay on rare items on Deed. That would be really nice. That's actually would be a nice benefit there.
No, I feel like most items... Go ahead.
Items decay on Deed? Like if I put down... I had made... Our first rare was a rare tool belt. I did not... Tool belt. Rare rope tool.
Right.
So here's... Did I put it down? No. So I thought I put it down somewhere.
Is it in your inventory?
It's probably in my cart. Where's my cart? Not there.
Oh, I put it on the side there because your hellhounds were killing me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea where my cart is right now.
It's by the mine.
That's your cart. That's Pyro's cart.
It's over there. It's to the right of that.
Oh my god, all of our carts are right here.
All of our carts are right here, yeah.
Okay, there's my cart. So, yeah, if I place that on the ground, will it decay on Deed?
It's hard to, like, well, we'll have to sit there and wait for it to decay.
So, Pyro, you had to cut all the felled trees because they were ready to damage. Yeah, I know that like raw materials like that will decay. And that's why we have the BSPs.
Take a quick bathroom break.
I'm not sure if items decay, but they probably still do, don't they? So that'd be nice to have them not decay on your Deed, or have that as a bonus or benefit. Yeah, dude, where's my cart? That's pretty much how I feel all the time here. Okay, maybe without Adam, I don't know where he went. I can get through this list. Any way to stop the decay of felled trees? I don't think so. You have to turn them into logs and put them onto into a BSB or something, unfortunately. Okay, what else did you guys write? I want to see a toggle deed radius, like the tiles lightly glow a color so that you can easily see the area of your deed. That would be nice to be able to toggle on and off, like where your deed actually begins or ends, that you can only see. That would be cool. Yeah, and that would help greatly in a mine, that's for sure, Polar Bear. Although I think you're talking about something else.
I'm back, but I have a
Next.
comment about that one.
Okay.
I feel like you can do that already. Can you not?
Can you? You can
Can
do
you
that.
you can go to the settlement token and you can go to
Yeah.
resize your deed, or even from your inventory.
Oh, you
manage-
want to do it in the resize your deed method. Okay.
Right, like you can just go to resize your deed and it puts down the, what are they? The markers? The deed markers?
That's true. Let's show you guys. So if I went here and went resize, survey area.
Yep. And there's the deed marker.
If I cancel that, are the deed markers still around?
Nope, deed markers are gone.
Oh, okay. So you can do that. So settlement, resize, survey area, make this smaller like that. There's our deed borders. There's our deed perimeters, and it'll go all the way around. I believe everybody can see that. There's our perimeter, goes up here. So it's not bad. I'll cancel that. Ivy Song, how difficult is it to kill a cow or a sheep with 0 combat experience? Asking for a friend. Yeah, asking for a friend. I think you can do it.
And how difficult is it?
What?
Oh, I see it.
I think you
Cow
can
or
kill a sheep and a cow.
Cow.
With
Cow and
no
sheep.
skill. You can use them as the beginning.
See, they changed it at some point so that you now start off with a 25 quality longsword, and they changed it so that a 25 quality sword acts like a 50 quality sword. So they put like a curve on it so that the lower quality weapons, it's only weapons and armor. So weapons and armor get this extra bonus, and so you can now kill all the little stuff with a new character.
Right. All right, so let's keep going. So the you would like that animals that have born. I'm missing part of that sentence, it seems. I would like that animals that are born
have been born on
the deed would produce more meat when butchered than off deed. Ah, that's interesting. Like captive animals that were born on your deed, that animals that have been born in captivity would give you more meat or more resources or something. That'd be like a little bonus to that. That's a nice bonus, I would say. You want to see a trampoline that you can throw at unwelcome people on the fly if they fly off the mountain. What? I'm assuming someone lives on the top of a mountain.
I feel like that's a joke one, but I copied it in there anyway.
That's funny. You can already do that, can't you? No. Can you do that? Just not with a trampoline. And not with people that are not dead yet.
I'm having an issue with when somebody highlights their message, because I have the font really large, particularly so that I don't have to squint my eyes to see it. But when it's highlighted, the highlight for some reason just covers all the text.
So you can just paste that into a notepad or something if you don't want to deal with formatting.
Yeah, so I pasted it.
All right, I'm slowly getting through these guys.
Okay, yeah.
And then I can come to my like actual thoughts on this system. So Okay, so somebody wants to see, likes the ability to add different ranks to citizens. I wonder what that means, different ranks, because you can already
Because
do
I think you
different
can.
ranks in the part of. Let me drink some water as I'm talking here.
You can create different roles and have each role have
Roles.
different permissions, and then you assign each person to those roles.
So
yeah.
you can create. Let me go to settlement, and I think it's roles. Yeah, there it is. So you can have different roles. You can see I created an Adam role for Adam, and you can then edit what those roles, what that role actually allows and disallows. And you can add as many roles as you want, or at least a lot. And you can see which one's Adam. So Griffith, the Adam role of Autumn Twilight. So it actually lists that he has which role he is and which deed he's from. Let's see, what else have you guys said? I would like an option to give someone mayor bonuses on deed. So which kind of mayor bonuses? I feel like
No. You know how like the mayor has a bonus to like bashing walls and
they
fences and
do
things
have,
like that?
yeah. So is there no
But
way to get that?
No, there's no way that
okay.
like citizens don't get that. So yeah, that would be a nice one. I would really like that one.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Or maybe separate the bonuses of what a mayor gives, and then you're allowed to dole them out individually. You want to be able to unlock things that are not mine as mayor. If villagers have quit and don't come back. Yeah. So that is a big problem, isn't it? If somebody locks something on your deed, or even, and we had this problem on the original Autumn Twilight where someone came, built their own house, owned their own house, and then all of a sudden I wasn't able to just destroy their house when they never came back. I had to literally knock down like individual walls, wall after wall, trying to destroy their walls on my deed to get rid of his house.
I have a feeling that even like, wait, what if the person doesn't give you permission? Can they prevent you from destroying their house on your deed?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the mayor always can bash the walls.
I feel like the mayor, but it's been 6 years or something, 7 years. It's been 7 years. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. But yeah, they have to look into that, like individual things that mayors can't do that they should be able to do. And I guess this is the last one on this list. How about a system where you can hire free player slaves, okay, and they get voted in from town to do pre-assigned work, and once they accomplish the task, they get whatever pay was set, items, use your mine for X time, etc., and then they get voted back to town. So would this be like an automatic thing, or something where there's a system in place where new players can, or veteran players could post work that they want to get done onto a post somewhere that would get, that new players can see on some sort of message boards? They can agree to do that work, and then there would be an automatic transit system that would bring them to your deed. They would do the work, get paid for it, you'd pay them, and then like a work order system. Some sort of work order system. Maybe it's not so automatic, maybe it's manual. Like the new player gets the ability to see where they need to go on the map or something.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be that automatic. It really all it needs to be is some place where people can post work orders.
Potentially
in the game. I mean, you can do that by doing it on the forums.
A new player would not be able to find your place. There would need to be like a huge manual way of getting them there. So I think in this, whoever posted this basically was envisioning something that would allow new players easy ability to manually make their way to your deed without intervention. So
Terrell
when
has
they
a great
first-
idea. Oh, go ahead.
Is this related to this?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm done.
Okay. Terrell has a great idea. Like, imagine if there was like an object, like a box or something like that, and I place it down and I give it money, and I set it like bricks, and I set how much money per brick. And all it takes is for a new player to come along with their bricks and put it in a box, and it gives them the money set by the other player.
Okay. No, that's awesome. If almost like that would give like a merchant, a marketplace, like even more for existing.
Yeah. Yeah, I could just like set my box up, set I need 1,000 bricks, and I'm gonna give however many iron per brick or whatever it is.
I love this work order idea, guys. I think that would help this game out so much. It would help out veterans and it would help out new players have some sort of direction and another way for them to make money. And hey, Blue Cortina, thanks for joining us. And you've seen us, I guess, you've been seeing us playing for years ago. You could be wrong, but you're not wrong.
You're probably not wrong. Yeah.
You're probably not wrong. I don't know.
We've
Maybe
been
you're
doing this.
We're not the only two brothers that have been playing this game for a long time, so
Somebody selling fur in Trade Channel.
someone's selling fur and trade. How much? Are we gonna? Man, we want fur so badly.
It's on
You
a
can see his
merchant
excitement.
on Harmony.
Oh no!
No.
You know
We
what?
can
We're
we can
gonna
do
do
this
it.
ourselves. We can do it ourselves.
Okay, so I think I got to the end of this list.
Yes.
But we definitely need to revisit that work order idea.
Yep.
That's a really nice idea. But I don't know, Katz, if you're still there. All of these ideas would work perfectly in. See, the problem that I have is that I wouldn't want to just take all of these ideas and be like, hey, devs, here's a bunch of ideas that we can make it so the deed is much more enticing for new players, because I feel like deeds are already enticing for new players. We don't need to add more on top of that.
Yeah, it's not
But
like adding these things
insane.
are going to make people like, I want to
I
deed
was on
now
the
because
fence.
I was on the fence. But now that they've added this feature, I'm going to deed now. Like nobody's thinking
However, this would be the best to add some sort of system that you can put into place. I don't know if you know where I'm going here, Adam.
that. I
there's
know
like
exactly where you're going with
like
this.
like imagine the devs could create some sort of deed system, like I don't know what to call it, like a village advancement system that you can make it so after you create your deed, you can earn, let's say, I don't know, village experience or village points that you can then use to unlock all of these new things for your village. So there would be like a whole bunch of ideas, all of these things. You know, have your farm, your crops last for one more day. Spend a point here onto your village. And then you can choose which, where should I use my points? I really like farming. Maybe I want that to be that way. Or there would be like a number of different things, categories of items. You can add so many cool things to this village system. And then each village could unlock that ability. And it makes it so villages that have been around for a long time could actually be more useful. Yeah, like a talent tree for deeds, that sort of thing.
And you see,
That's if you want to imagine that.
What would be great about a progression system like this is that people would need to work towards it, and having more people on your deed working towards it would, be more beneficial. I feel like at this point right now, it's actually not that beneficial to have extra people join your deed. There's no incentive to have villagers But if
There's a
you put in
very
a
small
progression,
amount.
very, very small amount. In fact, there's also detriments to having extra people on your deed. Um, Particularly with the enchantment bonus and the rare bonuses, more people on your deed
Oh.
there actually make it worse. But with this kind of system, it would be encouraging to have more people on your deed because then you can collect more points. You know, like it could be a matter of like you get points for every house that gets put up, or you get points for every, I don't even know. Anyway, I love this idea. I love this. You must have been explaining this idea on our stream like 4 years ago.
No, it's been longer, but
Longer.
I probably talked about this in 2013.
Yeah.
A village,
No.
a village update system, a village system that we can use to progress our villages is basically what this game needs. And this would be perfect. What you brought up, Cats, that's exactly where my mind went. All of these bonuses that we could add on the deed would be the perfect starting point for this kind of system. Right? And what this does is, like, we've seen this over the years, over 8 years, we've seen this over and over and over again, where players start the game, they want to create their house. So they want to create a house, they want to create a deed. They go through the process of creating a deed. They go through the process of creating a house. They do all of the normal stuff. And then what happens is a lot of players, they kind of run out of things to do. And they don't know where to progress next. It's like, how does your deed get better after you've created a deed? Other than they did add something, which I'm not sure. I can't remember now if what they added gets better over time, or if it's something to do with. Remember that village bonus thing that they added a while ago?
What village bonus thing?
On your thank you. I am
You're
happy to be a dwarf for a minute.
You are a dwarf. What village bonus thing? Are you talking about the enchantment bonus?
This. Yeah, the enchantment bonus. So the settlement is granted the following faith bonuses, and
that's been there forever. But they
been there
did
for a while.
I think it was there when we started, but they did change it slightly. It totally was.
It wasn't. I remember when they added it. Oh, hey, Stardog. Thanks for joining.
So Zendog's asking, what's the main incentives post deed build? So are you saying like after you planted your deed? Like what's the benefit of having a deed, or what's the benefit of?
That is the question.
Further, like after
that
you
is
have
the
your
question
deed,
we all ask ourselves. That's the question that all these players that have come into the game.
What's next?
Yeah, what's next? I've got my village. Like, what is next now that I have my village, other than creating more houses or this or that? And it's always been like, why not have something that you can unlock to progress towards? We progressing towards village. What's after that progression? And this would be the system that would come after that. And it fits into Wurm perfectly, because we always want to unlock stuff in Wurm. We always want to go towards that next thing. It's just something else that your deed can progress towards. And they would just have to figure out, okay, well, what gives you these points? What gives you this experience points on your village? And it could be really anything. Anything that you do on your deed could advance this. Building a house, building items, building whatever. Doing stuff on your deed would be anything that you could do. And then that would make you want to be on your deed. And,
so Zendog's asking, would you attribute the drop-off, and I'm assuming the drop-off of the population, to the lack of progression when players have completed their deeds?
Okay, so it's not always, but we see it a lot. We've seen it a lot, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously the people who don't quite get into it. Like they plant their deed but don't know what they're doing, and then they quit. Okay, so there's those people. But then you're right. There's we've seen it a lot where people have been playing for months and months, and they built up their deed, they finished that, they built their ship, they finished that, they got their skills up to like 70-ish or whatever, and that it's around at that point where unless you take it upon yourself to create your own goals, there really isn't much left in terms of the game mechanics to do. So yeah, I would say that there are quite a few people who get to that point and don't continue.
It's true. And that's just something. I mean, you don't have to stop with. I've had all these sort of ideas on how to add to that progression. Like we play Wurm because it's I don't want to say mechanical, but it's like it has so much depth to it. That's the right word. So much depth to it, so much to learn. And then I don't know, Kat says this a lot on her stream, where it's sort of like backwards to most MMOs. Most MMOs are very easy to start, very easy to kill things, and you go through it. And as you progress through most MMOs, they kind of get harder as they add more stuff to it, add the dungeons and add raids and stuff, and it just gets more complex and harder the higher you go. Wurm is like the opposite. It's like very hard at the start as you're learning to survive and to progress, and you're learning the systems and the mechanics at the same time. And then as you're learning and you're getting comfortable in this world, the game becomes easier and easier and easier. And then you get to the point where you understand a lot of the base of the game. And then it's like your skills are easier, it takes less time to do stuff. You learned most of the mechanics, the basic stuff, and I mean, that's great. That's how it should be. And then that's when we're ready to take on the next challenge. Like, the more depth that you can add to a system like this, the better.
So I'm not NSA mentions that using titles could be sort of integrated into the system. I have a person who's using the blacksmithing title. Then while that's happening, your village can earn more points, something like that. And Kat brings up an interesting
Jensen,
point.
thank you so much for that subscription.
Oh, Dude Jensen, thank you so much.
Wow, subscribe for 14 months.
And Kat's was bringing this up earlier too. It's a matter of like, would we want it so that doing things on your deed gives you the points? And Katz is pointing out that if we did that, then it might not it would encourage people to stay on their deeds more.
That's true. You would have to put some stuff that would allow them to earn things outside of your deed, for sure.
Yes, they would have to put some things in, like in addition, that is, I don't know how they would do it, but it would have to be well thought of and to encourage all types of play, I think.
Sure. Yeah.
And the other thing is that I feel like it should be long term. Like, it shouldn't be like a quick, like, oh, I'll just build this house and I'll get my points to get another point or whatever. It should be like be something where it takes a village, Yeah, it takes a village.
You could say, Cats, the older the deed, the more points accumulated. I would say that to a point. I'm assuming you mean just as the days go by, your deed is automatically accumulating points the older it gets. You could have something like that where there's a small amount of accumulation, but I would say you definitely want to reward people playing while they're on a deed.
There should be some kind of goals that, like, if I set out and do this, if I set out and build a temple on my deed, for example, then that will give me like a chunk of points. And so
like
that's going to be
building
like
a road, building a highway system, going to rifts, doing that sort of thing. Like you were saying, Jeton. That, like, all that could be accumulative over time.
Because it'll give people a goal, right? Like, it'll prevent that point where people figure like, oh, there's nothing left to do in this game. It's like, okay, well, here's something I can do and it will progress me.
Yeah, I mean, that's that is that. I mean, just a thought that came to my head when you were all talking about yesterday. This deed bonus, the deed bonuses that you'd like to see, and I'm like, I would love to see that as a village system that I've been talking about forever.
Yeah.
This would be perfect. I would love that so much. It's just one of the ideas. Hey, Gaffer, how you doing?
Hey, Gaffer. Yeah, and don't make it a WoW garrison game. Yeah, totally. Definitely don't want people just cooped up in their houses only. It'd have to be integrated somehow in the, I mean, we're not game developers, so but like they'd have to think through it and think, okay, what would encourage people to do the things in this game? And play the game more naturally and reward that kind of play.
That's right.
It's all about the carrot and the, thinking
Oh,
through
you
it very
slept
carefully.
through the rift? There was a rift recently? I guess the old servers somewhere.
Yep.
Oh,
Gaffer, we should do a shout out for Gaffer. Here, look at us. Look at us getting better at this shout out stuff. Gaffer has been streaming on Mixer for as long as I remember. And now that Mixer's gone, Gaffer is now on Twitch.
that's right. Guess you have to find whatever your name is.
Did that
there
work?
it is, Gaffer Boffin.
Boffin. Is it case sensitive? I'm just gonna double check that.
Everybody click that link and see if you can follow Gaffer, and if not, let Adam know.
Yep, it worked. So
Yeah.
okay. Click that link, give Gaffer a follow. He's definitely an extremely chill streamer who has massive projects going on.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. I know how much you don't want to see my face, Admiral Myth. There it goes. Before these comments go past my chat, so Catspur, you just made one bed part turn rare, and you wonder if beds have a bonus from being rare. Does anybody know if beds have a bonus for being rare? Do you get more sleep bonus for it to be rare? I'm not really sure, actually.
I know some Wurm Unlimited servers have it set up so that you do get more bonus, but I don't think that's in the official Wurm Online.
No?
It should be a thing, I think. Should be a thing, but it's not.
Yeah, you get... That's right, Dujensi. You get better dreams if you sleep in a rare bed.
I mean, if they were to incorporate something like that, they would have to balance it somehow, right? Because, sleep bonus already is something that you get a decent amount of, and then there's also the sleep powders. And if all of a sudden you gave away for everybody to just collect more sleep bonus than they have the ability to use, then it sort of breaks the system. So it has to be well thought out and balanced somehow.
For sure. Rare bed bug bites. Says Fletch.
All right, I had to stop to make some bowstrings, and I figured I'd just make a whole bunch for my rope making skill.
Yep. It's one way to do it.
Well, that's the way to start it out, I think. Unless does anybody else have a better way of starting out rope making skill, like starting from level 1, other than spamming bowstrings
or something like that? Eventually, you start. Like you can level it by making those nets.
Yes, but you need cordage ropes to make those nets, the net traps, and you can't make cordage ropes to start off. Oh wait, I have a 7% chance now to make a cordage rope.
Ooh, 7%.
7%. So that little skill grinding allowed me to get 7%. Let's see. Well, let me
All
get
right.
this last little bit of body control because
Oh,
I'm
the
really.
fishing nets. Is that also rope making? Those are new.
Oh, fishing nets. Interesting. How do I make a fishing net?
I haven't actually looked at fishing nets.
Me neither. And we could probably. You know what the bottleneck is right now for food? Is not meat. It's vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
We have more meat than we could possibly use, and vegetables is the hard part.
Yeah. We would have to start our little vegetable farm, I guess.
Yes, which we kind of did, but oh no, we did. Yeah, we have some.
Yeah, we
Forge your
do.
heart out. Yeah.
That's right.
Foraging is definitely on the list of things to do. It's just lower on the list.
So what level do you typically swap off bowstrings? Do you know that?
What's that? What do you mean? Oh, well, now that
I guess with fishing nets.
yeah, now it sounds like you can probably start with fishing nets. I'd have to look into see how to make a fishing net now. Truly, you swap off the moment that you can make enough cordage rope to make net traps.
Yeah.
Cordage rope is really hard to start. As somebody put points, I can get. It takes 6% to start.
All right. So I've been sort of imping these spindles for a while. I got them to about 30, which is not too bad. I haven't been using sleep bonus. I ran out of it. And you can see that my skill level was around 30. I imped them to about 30, which is as high as this log will pretty much allow it to go. And at this point, you can see that my skill went up about 0.63.
I don't know. Fishing nets, I just looked it up and it says it's cloth tailoring.
Uh-oh. To create or improve?
To create.
How
Although
about
I
to
feel like
improve?
I kind of feel like it should. Hold on. Let's look up net traps. Yeah, net traps to create or rope making. So to improve would be rope making. I think to create and improve is the same.
I don't think
If I'm
for
not
every
mistaken.
item.
For every item?
Halter
Hold
ropes
on.
are popular. Yeah, we need a halter rope, don't we?
Yeah, I'll get around to making some haul ropes. I think I could do that now.
Yeah. Yeah, net
No.
traps. You're right, Gaffer Boffin.
So fishing nets improved using cloth tailoring tools and materials. Uses cloth tailoring.
Adam's
So I
hope
think
is now
that
squashed.
is not going to work.
Although
It looks like.
Wolfmare is saying the fish keep net is rope making.
Oh, fish keep net. Fish keep net. Ah, yes, that is rope making. Ah. And yes, that does look viable. There are no cordage ropes required for that one. I'm going to have to make myself a bunch of fish keep nets.
There you go.
And net traps as well, yes. So I'll try out both and see how it goes.
Yeah, we used to do the net traps, but
Net traps, yeah.
they required a little bit of skill before getting into that. That would be like the second thing you'd want to start imping on, right?
All right. I'm going to try to make a couple fish keep nets. And we'll do that.
And now that I got my carpentry up, what can we do next? I know I don't have like a Trello board like Cats does. I have to keep reminding myself.
I almost feel like we should. Like where the Trello board comes in, like real use is when you have multiple players, all like they log in and they're like, okay, what can I
What's
now?
funny?
What's
So
next?
Yeah, so a Trello board is an example of an agile methodology called the Kanban board, or some people say it the Kanban board. It's from Japan, and it's essentially just a board that you can use. I guess Trello is a company that took on the the Kanban board and made it their own sort of thing, where you basically have
Mm.
a board and you have rows of people. So let's say everybody in your village or something would have like a row, and then you would have a progression of columns that are basically like stuff to do, things that are being done, and then things that have been completed. And so if you ever learn the agile methodology or take an agile foundations course, that's essentially what you learn. And so the Trello board is awesome. It's like basically that
Mm.
online. It's just a board of things that you can do, and keeps track of everything that you do, keeps track of who's doing it, how long they've been doing it, and what still needs to be done, what's been
And
completed.
and Zandog just linked a picture of his what he calls his terraforming nightmare.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look.
Is this in the new deed planner? Because it looks different than the old deed planner.
Let's take a look. How do I turn this on? There it is.
Steven Useful alone, Casper says about the Trello board. We should maybe make a Trello board, I think, for our deed.
That is going to be crazy to make that.
Yeah.
We've been there. We did the nightmare. We did the nightmare terraforming at the original Autumn Twilight. Took a very long time. Although mostly because of the
Surface mining.
surface mining that we had to do at the time. Surface mining was not easy to do like it is today.
So yeah, like it's so
almost
easy now.
done. Wow. It's on Melody. Where are you on Melody, Zandog? We'll have to add that to our new Trello board.
Yeah, go visit Zandog.
Zandog. I-20.
I-20.
I-20, right here. You're somewhere in here. I'm just gonna add a village annotation. Sandog. Oops. Sandog. Village. And I'm gonna give it a star. No, one of these guys. Oh, maybe one of these. Looks like an arrow.
Yeah, I-20, that's quite far. Oh yeah. We could get there by boat though, I think.
Yeah. If nobody has blocked this pathway.
I know. Willow was saying somebody was blocking it. She said
I
she'd
think
keep an eye on
someone
them.
blocked this, and then they agreed to lower it to allow boats to go across.
Yeah. I think that the problem is we don't have the skills or the means to make bridges just yet. But I think
That's true.
once that's the case, I think a bridge would be perfect there.
Yep. So I just wanted to sort of show this here. Oh, I see. I'm just going to drop this for a second. Not sure if that even helped. Okay, so our land, again, looks like this right now. I'm going to get some water while I'm here. Again, our land is basically this. We want to eventually do the deed stuff, finish our houses, build our own little houses. Everyone can have their house that's part of this deed. Start a boat mine in the front somewhere. You know, the normal deedish stuff. At the same time, we are part of an overall alliance, which includes a whole bunch of people here. You can see we have a total of 11 people in right now. And it's a bunch of us, and we're all here to support Kat's and her vision here of doing this giant sand kingdom. I know you've been showing it off. I don't know if I have a link to it. I don't know if you have a link to it, Katz. Let me see if I can find something. So in the trailer, there was a sand kingdom. Oh, in our gallery. All right. That is something I scroll to the top here. Okay. Let's see if I can get a nice... this one's nice. And so is this one and this one. So let me turn this back on. Okay, so this is essentially what the kingdom looks like. That the vision for that kingdom that we're eventually going to create, and it basically starts off like there's a very specific progression to this that I feel like has already been mapped out, where we would need to terraform. Here's some other pictures as I go through. We would have to terraform, maybe do some surface mine things to a specific level, drop some dirt on it. Here's a different view here. Get the terraforming out of the way, and once the terraforming out of the way, you can sort of see here, this is probably the best picture to see how the terraforming will look. Then we would have to then start building these buildings leading up. I feel like there might be one more picture that shows, I guess in the middle, you can't see it, but there's like a cross through this entire deed where it's just mined down to water. That'll probably be the hardest, where boats can flow through. Let's see, I think there was an image from above that can showcase that. So this is the plan. This is the overall. Oh, this one looks really nice. And so you can see that one, where you can see this sort of like pointing to the middle of the deed. You can see how it's all mined down to water. And here's the perfect one here. Look at that shot. So you could see that cross right in the middle of that deed. This is going to take a long time to create. So this is what was done. Kat's made this in Wurm Unlimited.
No, she made it on the
test server. She
GM.
made this on the test server, and using GM tools. So this is the design that we are looking to recreate on the live servers right here. Right here. This whole area will eventually turn into that. Probably take a few years, but as our skills go up, that's the overall goal of this area, is to make it so resources and things will go into that area. So at first we will be terraforming and needing stuff like dirt. Then we will progress and we will be needing things like rocks, stone bricks, and mortar.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. It'll be like a monument, but also people are going to be living there, which is going to be great. I feel like people just sailing by would probably just go, "Oh, what's that?" And like just being able to sail right through it, sail right in and through it, man, be awesome.
So we'll see how that goes. Now, to top that off, Adam and I also came here with ideas of things that we're going to do. And so while we're supporting this and building this up and building our deed up, we will also be sandstone eventually. Yeah. So sandstone, or what actually is in those shots is just rendered walls, is what you're seeing there.
Mostly rendered.
So rendered walls, for people that don't know, rendered walls are like just stone walls that have then added, I don't know, clay or something on top of it, or mortar or something like that.
Clay, I can't remember.
And so all of these walls just have extra clay. Yeah, people are saying. I believe the bridges are sandstone. The ground, I'm not 100% certain. Maybe more sandstone. You can see here some sandstone. slabs or whatever we got.
Mhm.
So, you know, something to look forward to. We are used to these big projects, so we look at it and we think it is achievable. And what's cool is that you can turn this, you can make this into a deep planner. Does deep planner give you the full amount of materials that are needed? We'll have to work those out. It used to a long time ago. And we'll see what we need to achieve it, and then it's just really the skill that we need. And there's a whole bunch of people. Any of you guys want to be a part of it, want to contribute to it. I mean, there's lots of materials that we'll eventually need. There's digging that we'll eventually need. Like, this is not something that'll happen overnight. You'll see us be building this over time, over the next few years. So you just keep coming back to any of our streams, and I'm sure all of us will be showcasing what we've done that month or week or whatever. And we'll have to sort out exactly when we need stuff. But yeah, you can kind of see what is needed. Hey, Deathwind.
Hey,
Thanks for
Deathwind.
joining us.
What's going on?
Not sure how long you've been lurking, but we just finished talking about what the whole overall area, what we're going to lean towards.
Yeah, totally, Kron. If you're interested in donating to this project, I'm sure that we'd be accepting donations.
Yes, for sure. And we'll get to that point 100%. And
Yeah,
right now, we're at the early stages. So we're at the
Very
point where
early.
we're just all doing our skills, all doing our own thing, trying to get the skills necessary to accomplish this sort of thing. I mean, and then the next part will just be a lot of digging. So and surface mining.
And speaking of
And we'll get to
skills, I'm on the
Yes.
verge of 21
Oh
body
my
control.
God.
I'm very
Who's-
close.
How close?
I'm at 20.995.
Ooh,
So-
who's gonna pop
so-
that Atom Cam?
998. Two more. Should be two more ticks. I think I'll get it.
Can have multiple Atom Cam views.
Oh, it's at 20.999. I'm going to take a
Oh,
screenshot of
definitely.
that.
There's
Gotta take a
Adam, and
screenshot.
here's me looking at Adam.
Of the 20.999.
Please don't miss the target.
There we
I
go.
should-
21.
Nice. Congratulations. Are you going to
Thank
take your
you.
first stroll?
Do we even have a horse for me to do that? I don't even
We
think so.
don't.
Maybe there's no.
You can
No.
just Pyro, you don't mind.
I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, there you are. Look at that.
And I got
I
something
think
for
all
that from
three
the
of
journal.
us can ride the horse. Oh, you got a journal entry? Did I get a journal entry?
Yep, you must
Is
have.
it the second one? Ride a horse. There it is. Yeah, welcome to the club, Monkey Worm says. We're
Mhm.
all eventually making it towards that path. And, it's one of those achievable goals that you can have in Wurm. The riding of the horse. And before that, it was the riding of the cart. And then it becomes riding of the sailboat and,
and
the rest
and
of the
cats.
boats and wagons.
I might have to wait until I have some place to put it, because right now I don't even have a saddle to put on
I'd
the
love
horse.
to make a hitching post. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do
I'll
that.
create a hitching post.
I kind of want to do that too. Can a hitching post have multiple horses hitched to it?
I think it's 3 horses.
Okay, let's make a hitching post. How do we do that?
We need 2 wooden beams to start off. So I think I already made those beams. Let's see
Yep.
where they are.
Let's see what
I'm
else we need.
building
We
this
need a
house.
ribbon, large nails, small nails. We should have all the mats, I think.
We have the ribbons. I
Yep.
was thinking we can put them here where this
2 ribbons.
unfinished large cart is. I
Okay.
can move that somewhere.
4 large
Inside
nails.
here.
I'm gonna have to restock our nails. It looks like.
All right. So let's see what we can do here. Hitching
And-
post, 66%. That's not too bad.
The only thing that we need is planks. Yeah,
We keep running out of planks.
planks. Yeah, we make so many planks and then we use them all up. Okay, let's make some planks. You know what the real problem is we need wood.
Yeah, that's one
That's
thing
what
with this area. We don't have a lot of wood. We're
Yeah.
working on it.
Okay, I'll just make some planks here.
I said this was going to be easy, but I keep failing. So let me put this into a crafting window here. 64%. Try number 5.
Okay, let's see what people are saying here. So yeah, you made your own saddle. That's Pyro here has been doing a bunch of leather working.
Oh, I did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. So Monkey
Okay,
Worm is
that
saying
went
currently
way
we're on the 23 body strength club, and totally, I can't wait till I'm at 23 as well. I'm at 21.7 ish. So hoping for that.
There we go.
Mortal Wombat's bowstring broke at 20.999 yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing one more. Let's take a look. One more wooden beam, which is somewhere in here. Let me take a look.
Oh yes, and Pyro was he was making his tool belt, and he had
Yeah.
inted all the way to 30. Like just finally got it to 30 and was like, yes, I can. He tried to put it on
I
and
did the same
realized
thing. It's
he
just the
realized
leather
it was
belt.
just the leather belt and it wasn't
I
a
did
tool
that
belt.
exact same thing.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, leather belt. And then I realized, wait a second. It's not doing anything. That's when you learn the difference between leather belts and tool belts.
And the worst is that when you go to combine it with the thing
It
to make
goes
it an actual
right
tool belt,
back
it goes
to the
right
bottom.
back down, right.
And then you realize how
Yep.
hard it is to skill up on the tool belt.
But you
And
know,
how little experience it gives. compared to
imping
other
that
items.
belt, imping that belt would have probably given you good skill gain because the belt on the own, and that does definitely help. Can you still fight other players on PvE servers? You can duel.
them. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
but you can't just walk up to somebody and hit them. I mean,
No, that would be the PvP server.
that
That's
I
why
think comes
there's a
part
PvP
in.
server.
That's why there's a PvP server, yeah. The purpose of the PvE servers is so people can go about their play
Specifically
with
not fight people against their will.
specifically not have people come up and kill them, yeah.
So, are you asking, can players fight other players? Yes, they can on the PvP server.
Yep.
Although the PvP server would be more for like kingdom-based fighting, I would say, and less on the one-on-one based fighting.
I mean, you could do one-on-one. You could go out there and make your own
You
village
can.
and you can.
Run
won't
around
have a fun
yourself.
time, Yeah,
Yeah.
You're going to have a real hard time.
Are tool belts some of the best skill gains for leather these days? That was not my experience back in the day. Although it has been about 7 years since I've really skilled that up.
Okay, so you started a village on the Mowerhand faction on Defiance. Cool.
And how are you finding it on Defiance? I haven't really heard a lot about Defiance, although I do see a bunch of people there.
I mean, I can imagine that the experience is going to be almost the same as what we're having right now, for the beginning part. But once people are feeling confident enough to go out and start killing other people, and rating, then my feeling is that what's going to happen is a lot of stuff is going to get destroyed. Your day is going to be ruined by some other people. Yeah, the storm is coming. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I did try PvP.
That's right.
I was for about 8 months. I was on a PvP server, and I did the whole
founded a kingdom.
founded a kingdom, built up starter deed. Did a whole bunch of stuff. It just wasn't for me. I don't know what it is. I much prefer the PvE style, and I know a lot of PvP players think that if only the PvE players would just try it out, then they will get sucked in and it'll be like the best thing ever for them. But the reality is not exactly like that. I think a lot of players actually, truly, genuinely prefer the PvE style of play. And it's not a matter of just not experiencing it. That's just the way it is. People prefer it.
It's true. People prefer the you're right, the trade wars, as Zandog is saying, the
Right.
the economy of a PvE server. Well, yeah, there is a German PvP streamer that came right on day one and started
cool.
streaming Wurm like crazy.
Serene's working on her channel points now so that she can use the silly overlays.
Oh. That's awesome. If you need help with that, let me know, Serene.
Yeah, Immortal Wombat saying from the German PvP
But
stream
just
you were
don't.
watching.
Oh, somebody used
I
cat's
see, I
purrs.
see.
Ah.
I've got so every single week or so, there's going to be different overlays. At least I'm trying to do that anyway.
Yeah, you're trying. Yeah.
There's also going to be different cats per overlays. I know I haven't gotten to that yet, but it's
And we need to
coming.
get to the point where we are giving Casper our overlays so she can have.
That's right.
on
We
her
can
channel.
go and visit her channel.
Yeah. Still got to do that for you, Casper.
We'll work on that. At some point when we come to a point where we're not playing Wurm.
I see why I was able to make corners rope is because you imped this rope tool to 30.
I did imp the rope tools to 30.
That's why I'm
Try
like,
the rare one. Do you have the rare one somewhere?
I don't know where it is.
I think it's in my cart.
Okay, I'm just walking slow because I'm carrying all these planks.
Oh, let's watch Adam as he struggles to walk towards us.
I'm just gonna put it on
The ground?
the ground in a
Yeah,
pile.
there it is. Thank you very much.
And it looks like you grabbed a bunch of the mats, but I'm gonna put the mats I grabbed
did
here.
not grab the ribbons. I think that was it.
Okay. So I'll start with the ribbons then.
Yeah. So we're almost ready.
Too far away.
That's
Okay.
right. I believe you want a Brian at 4 tall boy overlay. I'll have to work on that. Oh, the dwarf. There
Oh,
you
and
go.
Athletic Gamers, you got affiliate. Congratulations. That's a
Oh,
big
sweet.
milestone.
That's awesome, Athletic Gamers. Yeah, affiliate is a great. It's great. You can do a whole bunch of stuff now, right? You can have emotes. I think you get some reward points, although I don't know if that's related to affiliate, to tell you the truth. I don't think it is.
And you are a dwarf.
I am a dwarf. Thank you so much for that, Green Scorpion. I'm a somewhat Viking-ish dwarf. Yeah, I'll have to work on all that stuff. Just
So I
that
did make
worm is
some-
so damn fun right now.
I'm thinking this should be cedar, although it could be anything, but
Wait
Let's make
until
the
the
last
very
plank.
end. Yeah, the last plank should be cedar. So, Athletic Gamers, you're pretty sure that you started playing Wurm around the same time that you saw our first video. So, our very first video,
oh,
which was, yeah, quite a long time ago. That was a long time ago.
mhm.
sometime in 2012, I would say we started streaming or creating videos.
Yeah.
Amethyst, you got your 16 horseshoes to 20 quality. Why so many horseshoes? I guess I know why, but that's
And say
quite a
red.
feat.
It took me literally 15 minutes to give you an image and record a few voice snippets.
Yeah, but you know, Cat, there's two of us. We have to, coordinate times and then get our, I don't know what else to say.
Definitely. Can wells dry up?
We'll get there.
Mine
We'll
no
get
longer
there.
has water in it. No, wells shouldn't dry up.
Wells will only dry up if you moved it off of the water tile.
Yes, they have to be on a water tile in order to fill up. Try just giving it a little push, like push it. That might get it started again, but
Yep.
oh, I already grabbed planks. Okay, let's start putting some planks in.
What am I at? One more nail. No. The nails are done, I'm assuming.
Nails are done.
And planks it is. So I will take some birchwood planks for the start.
Make it a wishing well because that's somehow useful.
At
You know,
least
back in the
wishing
old
wells are
days-
fun.
Yeah, back in the old days, the rumor was that if you used a wishing well and put, what was it? You made a wish, which I guess
Yeah.
you would have to put some money along with it, like silvers along with it, that it would send an email straight to Rolf, who was the creator of the game.
Not sure how that rumor started.
I'm not sure if that was actually true or not.
Okay, I guess we got to be careful here if we're both putting planks in.
Oh yes. I'll keep an eye on it. I failed every single time, so it's not.
Oh, really? It says we're down at 5, which means I think you put in 1.
I might have made 1. Let me see. Oh yes, I attached 1.
Okay, we're at 4. All right. I think we can do this.
We
know
can
what?
do it.
This is the first hitching post we've ever made.
Totally true.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
That's just because we were not like I don't know when they came into the game. Last year sometime. Athletic Gamer, are we on Harmony? We are not on Harmony. We actually sailed down to Melody. So that's where we are. Here's the map. This
Okay,
is
last
where
plank.
we are
Last
on the
plank.
map. Oh. I'll give it a shot.
You do it. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, so here we are, right here on Melody, in this area.
Okay, let's see here. I actually kind of want to make those fishing keep
There we go.
nets. I'm
Awesome.
gonna make a couple of those.
Thank you for the follow, R. Quins.
Yeah, thanks for the follow.
Glad you're here to join us as we finish this hitching post. So I'm assuming, because I don't know, let me place this a little bit. So I know, Cats, you realize that if you held Alt, you would be able to position things. I remember when the place command came about. No, I can't put it there. But if you also hold Control, it moves things in a grid-like fashion as well. The snapping. Control does small and Alt does larger snaps. Anyway, I can't really make it closer than that. I could probably push it in.
You don't happen to have any extra
Let me just push it. This is taking a long time.
string of cloth on, do you?
Let me keep pushing it. I do not. I do not.
I don't
How's
even have
that
a
look?
spindle. Do you have a spindle from when
That
you were
looks pretty
imping those
cool.
spindles?
That's right. Shift allows for fine rotating of the mouse wheel. I keep forgetting that one as well. Let's just take a look. So the mouse wheel does this. Shift does this.
Ah, very nice. Whoops.
Yeah. Lots of cool little things that I think were mentioned when they came out with the place feature, and then
You were improving spindles,
gets
yeah?
lost. I was improving spindles, yes.
Do you have?
Did you want some spindles?
That would be, yeah.
Let's see. I feel like I dropped some in this large cart as well,
In which large cart?
but yeah, they are not even close to the level that I got
I
these.
just
So
need
where are you
some
standing?
string of cloth in front of the house.
You want the spindles, or you want me to make string of cloth?
You can make a string of cloth. That would be good.
Okay, I'll just give you one of these anyway.
I just need 2. Ooh, 30 quality. How did you get up to 30 quality so fast?
Well, I was doing it throughout this stream, so
Yeah, but
everybody saw how I did it. Cotton. We need some cotton. Where did we store our cotton? It's one of these.
It's on the left one, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to take one. As you said, you only needed
I only
a
need
few
2.
pieces of.
Oh,
you
wait,
sure?
but the problem is that to imp them. Right, to imp them, I'm going to need.
What do you mean? Oh, okay.
Right, because it imps like tailoring. Let me double check that.
It imps like tailoring, yet you get rope tool
Does
skill.
it imp like tailoring? Yeah. Imps like tailoring.
Okay. Not really a tailor, but let's see what we can do here.
Which means I need scissors. Oh boy, gotta get the whole setup going.
He's trying to get his rope tool making up. Now he's making a full set of tailoring tools for himself. That's awesome.
You know how it
I
goes.
don't know how. Yeah. I don't know how much string of cloth you need. And doesn't the string of cloth level matter?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
This is going to be a tough one.
It is going to be tough. We're going to have to work on it over time.
Yeah. Well, I'll make you some of this for you. Oh.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'll make, I guess, 3. There we go.
3. 3's not enough.
It'll be a start.
I need 2 to just make. I just need.
Not 3. 3 cotton.
Oh, okay. 3 cotton worth. Okay. I'm like.
Plus the one that I just did. So 4 cotton worths.
Okay.
That'll give you not that much, but probably enough to start with.
Sounds good.
Although the net, how large is the net? It probably eats a chunk of this stuff.
Oh, I hope not.
Every
I'll probably use it individually.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably better.
Yeah.
At least you can do that.
Yeah.
Ooh, looks like I need some food.
See, I did make a needle. Oh yeah, there it is. Was that your needle that you put in there?
Yes?
Okay.
I feel like, did I ask for a needle? I feel like I did, didn't I?
You did ask for a needle a while ago.
Yeah, and I did not, I feel like I used it for something that I don't remember. And now I don't need it. Oh no, I used it to make sheets. A long time ago. Feels like a long time ago. For that bed.
Yeah. And I emptied it.
I put it back down, thinking that at some point I'll need it for more sheets when we get more furs, and that never happened, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we'll make it there. We
I
will
did
make
start
it
on a
there.
set of carving knives, although I only got them to about 10 before I couldn't take it anymore.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a good way to start with your weaponsmithing.
Yeah.
Something that I haven't actually gone into. I was about to get into into this, but I talked about cats and the kingdom project that we were working on,
Hmm.
but we actually also have things that we're going to be working on, which I'll have to work out. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work, but essentially, this is what we're going to do. And I believe I said this in a previous stream, one of the streams, is that we will eventually be we're putting together about different events that are going to take place throughout the year of the first year, I guess, of Melody and Harmony. We're
There I
going to
go again.
release
Hello.
one event. Oh, there's cats. As my crafting window gets in the way.
Hello, how are you?
Ooh, I'm waving, the back of my hand. Gotcha. So eventually we're going to have an event every quarter, and just a small event leading up to a big event that we will have next year. And so these are events that we're trying to piece together. We have ideas for every single event, so there'll be 4 events in total happening this year that everybody can take a part of, either on the stream or, more importantly, in the game. I feel like most of it will be in the game and you can take part in it and take a look at it. Why is your camera not on?
Sorry. I know. I just crashed
Oh,
again. I'm
Deathwind.
not sure what all
you
this
pressed
crashing
it
is.
as he crashed. That's so funny.
I know.
Oh, we'll turn it on for you, Deathwind.
I wonder if it's the Atom Cam
Hello, how are you?
I
that's
can't see
causing it to
why.
crash. I can't see
because-
why either. Yeah.
Yeah, has nothing to do with your side.
Hello.
Yeah. But I keep crashing. I'm not sure what it is. This is the first day that I'm experiencing these crashes.
All right, I got you 20 string of cloth. There you are. Let me trade with you the string of cloth, and then you can turn on your streaming
yes,
thing.
Yes.
And he's turned it on
There we go.
just
and you
in
gotta fix
time
something.
for it to turn off. I'm so sorry. Let me activate that for you. There you go.
This hitching post is in too poor shape to be dragged animals. To be dragged by
my.
animals. They're using the same text as the cart.
Oh, really?
This
Guess they
hitching
gotta
post
fix
is
that.
yeah.
6 quality.
okay.
So let me spend some time. I'll imp this for you.
Okay.
Carpentry tools. I got my log, which won't last very long, I must say. All right, so the first event, I don't know, I don't want to be very specific about all the different events that we're going to have, but the first one that we're going to do is something that we haven't talked about. We were invited to one of the imp-alongs on the old server.
Mhm.
Let me get one of these here. I'll just use this one, I guess, to take part in a full-blown me versus Adam chess match, in-game chess match. Because we had said that idea in one of our previous streams that this is what we were wanting to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to build our own temporary chess set in the game where we are somewhere, a place where we can be out of the way and we can set up the chess pieces, completely temporary. We can take it down after, and me and Adam are going to fight against each other to try to see who's going to win this chess match.
And by fight, you mean play
Play
against each other. Yeah.
And that's what's going to happen at some point. That'll be the first event that'll take place probably in September. We're eyeing something around there. You guys will know way in advance. We'll have information on our Discord for sure about that. But the problem, so the thing about the chess match though, is that everybody is going to have to take a side. You either have to be for me or for Adam, and if you're in the game around the chess match, you're going to have to choose which side you want to stand on, representing who you want to win. You can't be neutral in this, and I'm talking to you who thinks you're going to be neutral. That's right. You can't. You have to choose one of us.
You know who you are.
You know who you are. Ooh, what am I doing? Yeah, you can 100%. You can throw tomatoes at the loser or snowballs. Oh, that'll be funny. And then, so we're going to be playing a practice round. It's basically our chess match on our set just before we head to the Impalong, which I believe is happening at the end of October. At least this one is. There seems to be a number of Impalongs happening back to back this fall on the old server. And so they've agreed to put together, I guess they have a chess set already, and they are going to host us to play another round of a chess match, and they've agreed to do it for a good cause, which is essentially the cause of keeping Puzzle Labyrinth afloat. They're going to donate some money to Puzzle Labyrinth to make sure that that deed doesn't fall, that people can continue to get those Puzzle King crystal balls if you haven't already.
A seal wandered into our house.
That's awesome.
And Piendo, am I saying this wrong? Piendeo says, "Hey Adam and Brian, I'm an old-time player and I've been playing Wurm since 2006. I've watched all your vids throughout the years that you've been making content. Just wanted to say that you guys are awesome and thank you both for sharing your experience. You are very welcome."
Thanks so much. That's an awesome comment.
Yeah, we've been
Thank you so
making
much
these videos.
for coming by.
Yeah, for sure. We've been making these videos particularly to spread the word about this game that we love, and we really always had a hard time explaining this game to our friends. And it's like this last week with the Steam launch, it almost feels like it finally happened. Like that this game sort of reached a wider audience finally, and people are discovering this game for the first time. I was watching some guy named Zek9 on his stream, and he just discovered this game. He had played Life is Feudal before, and he just seemed like he was in such heaven with this game. He loved every moment of it. He could tell just by his, how he was talking about the game and what he was doing. He was just having and he had this grand vision of what he wants to build. He wants to build this, dock sort of bar / fishing / I don't know, this. It sounds so cool.
You always have grand plans. That's how you know you're addicted.
Yeah, totally.
That's awesome.
I saw this other new player. I think it was Super Bits and Bob, and he was making a terraforming video, just trying to explain to new players what he had learned about terraforming. And he was explaining how if you drop dirt, it raises up by 1. If you dig it goes down by 1. He's like, and he turns around at the back of his deed. There's this massive mountain, and he looks at it and says, my deed goes up that mountain, so I think I'm going to have to just level that all down. And it's a true Wurmian. It's a true Wurmian who turns around at the mountain and says, I'm just going to spend time leveling all that down.
Everybody tries to do that at least once in their life. We did that at the old Autumn Twilight, and that's pretty much as much as we're going to do.
Yeah, that mountain needs to go, exactly.
That's awesome. Oh, Piandio. What about using players as chess pieces and use certain weapons to define which piece, like pawn, knight and bishop. use armor to determine the sides. Oh my god. Can we collect? Can we have that many players in the game stand there for that long? What do you think? Probably not. I'd love to. You know, we would almost have to do it on a deed somewhere, temporarily set it up somewhere.
Right.
I was thinking about setting up an R deed for a while, but we basically have to do. Oh, thanks so much for the follow, Moss Cat. And
Yeah, thanks for the follow and the baby face.
yeah, and thank you, Kronk, so much. I feel so mature right now.
You know, I kind of like was thinking about this, and I was thinking, you know, I feel like we might need another deed for a variety of reasons, including this chess match, but also for I kind of was debating the whole like, should I breed hell horses? And if I were to do something like this, I would definitely need another deed for that. Also, farming, we kind of like are limiting the amount of tiles we have for farmland on this deed. Was contemplating setting up another deed anyway. And if ever I want to do a priest, which is a possibility, that will definitely require another deed.
I know. Oh man. I don't know if we should really be thinking about so many deeds.
I know.
Right
I
now.
know.
Just
It's too early.
deed burnout.
Yeah, deed burnout.
That's what ends up happening, right?
Right now we want to work on this deed. This is
Yeah, we're focusing in. We're not going to make that mistake, right? Right, Nigel?
right. Right.
Right?
Yeah.
At least now we know what we want to do, and we're focusing on what we're going to do is we're going to be building the chess. Once we figure out where we want this chessboard to be, you'll see us building it on stream. We need like a temporary spot on a deed. And
It doesn't have
just
to
so
be
that-
on deed though.
I think it needs to be just so that we have the ability to move chess pieces around
Oh,
quickly.
right. Yes. That's true.
So we'll see. If it's not on deed, we can do it. Just will take a while to push those chess pieces around.
Right. Next stream, guys, we made 10 more deeds.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, Monkey Worm, I'm like missing all these comments. You've actually watched us for years, but you completely forgot about it when you came back into the game until I went and saw all the red lines on your videos where I watched them. Oh. Are you talking about our terraforming video where I made all those red lines?
I think he
Potential.
means just the red lines for the progress of watching them.
Oh, I see. Maybe.
And Piendo followed up with, what about...
I see. You're talking about YouTube red
you-
lines.
You already read that, I think. Yes. Can we throw tomatoes at the loser? Did we read that already?
Yeah. And the answer is, of course.
Of course.
And throw in some snowballs to go with it.
And sorry if I missed your comment, Deathwind, earlier. You definitely do need to go through the labyrinth if you haven't done that already. That's something.
Wait, you
that,
haven't gone through the labyrinth?
Yeah,
That's crazy talk.
such a good experience. I even get lost in there. It took me so long to figure it out, even after it was finished. And I constructed the thing like it was like I was part of the whole construction of it. Nothing was kept secret from me, and yet once it was done, I entered it in. I had no idea what I was doing. I completely.
I need some logs. I'm out of high quality logs. Okay, here's one I can use for a little while. I thought we had a whole bunch of high quality logs. I wonder where they all went.
They are in the high quality mats crate.
I just looked in there. All the logs were gone.
Oh well, then you use them all.
We all used them all. We need to refill that.
We need a bigger bin, and I also need to switch out the stone because I can make higher quality stone now. Yeah, and Serena, after she had to maneuver the twins through it, she would guess now that she'd remember the way.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I don't think I'll ever build one that large. We had
No,
expected that that labyrinth would last people 3 hours. I was hoping 3 hours would be the average, and that
yeah,
did
that didn't
not seem
happen.
to be the case.
No.
And so, yeah, I went back just recently, maybe a few weeks ago, and I made it a little bit easier. Not that much easier. I basically made it so you can't completely ruin your experience
Mm.
by
By
making your
getting-
way outside the labyrinth
We had put
while
in
you're
that.
like hours in.
See, we had thought that if somebody was so frustrated and was in the village area and got stuck, that maybe we should give them a way out, just in case they need to get out of there and not be trapped in the labyrinth. So there was an emergency exit. However, what we found was that people decided that that might be the way to go while they're exploring, and so they would accidentally
Yeah.
jump out when they didn't mean to.
That's not the way to go.
It's not
I
the
just
way to go,
removed it. I
no.
feel like at this point, if you're that far in and you're in the city, that you're not gonna want to leave. You're
Yeah.
gonna want to fight it through. So there is no way out anymore, which
Polar
makes
Bear
things a little
says-
easier, less
Yeah.
options.
Polar Bear says that he lived south of rocks for 2 years and didn't know that he was that close to the labyrinth.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Until after we
Yep.
finished. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we were there for a good number of years.
We were
while
there.
building
Oh,
it.
I don't know. You could probably watch videos. 2015
15? Yeah, 2015 is when we started, I think.
to 2018. I believe that's how
And
long
there's-
it took.
There's got to be like at least 30 videos of us building that thing.
Something like that.
It's like it just took forever.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
took
so if I
breaks.
ever do make another labyrinth, which is one of the options for one of the events that we're going to do, it
Mhm.
will be much smaller and
Much
easier.
smaller. Yeah.
But as much as I'm thinking of building a labyrinth and it'll be a different kind of labyrinth, we have some other ideas that are going to be really cool that'll have a lot of participation for people that are around here.
Mhm.
Don't know if I want to talk about it yet. They're basically just ideas brewing right now.
Right.
Think in-game. What would you call it? Lawn darts. Yeah, no, we took part in that a few weeks ago. You're right.
Lawn
And
darts
they
is awesome.
are fun. They are very fun. But I'm thinking more. I mean, I'm a role player at heart, so we're talking big story. Almost think like if you ever did a really well done escape room or something like that.
Mm.
If you did like I don't know, didn't you do one, Adam, at in a castle?
Yeah, I've done a few. There's a castle in Toronto called Castle Loma, and they started these escape rooms there that have live actors, and just it's in a castle, so just the atmosphere is so good. And yeah, and there's these live actors that are interacting with you, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, we'll definitely be doing something like that.
And Michio,
Oh,
we gotta do a shout out for Michio. I heard you had another epic stream yesterday.
You keep having epic streams. We keep,
Michio, sorry, go ahead.
it feels like this last week that went by was like months and months went by in like that 1 week. Like I
Yeah.
feel like since we last streamed on the Sunday to now Sunday,
So much has
so
happened.
much has happened, and we've been around. It's only been a week, but it feels like it's been months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, I think I've imped this to a point where you can hitch animals to it. It's at 26 quality.
Michio, you've gotten there. You are there.
Yeah,
Dude,
right, Cats?
you are so there. Yeah. So
Feels like a long time. But Michio, yeah, you're there.
Yep.
You're at that point now.
All right, let's make these fish keep nets now.
Yeah. What is everybody doing in Wurm today? I feel like we're doing a number of things, different posts, pitching posts, imping items, making fishing nets. Cats, you're finishing up your oven. You're making your oven. Absurdities, you're terraforming and mining. At the same time, that would be pretty awesome.
I can't make a fish keep net yet. 0%.
Oh, and
That's not good.
And Arquins, you're day 3 of searching for an iron vein. Are you not able to see an iron vein? Like, do you have a deed and you're trying to find your iron vein on your deed? Or you're trying to prospect around and you still can't find any place that shows an iron vein? And Cats, you already got your bed done about an hour ago? That's awesome.
Awesome.
There's so many of us sharing one bed. It's kind of hilarious here.
I know.
Dude, Jensen, you're terraforming. Yeah, I feel like I got to do more terraforming here. I did do a whole bunch here the first few days. Serene, you dug 700 clay. What are you doing digging 700 clay? Was it for skill? Or are you building something with it? And Ches, you finish off your building of your workshop? Oh, that's an awesome feeling. And you're building stuff inside, like the loom. You can see a lot of us did similar things. You got the loom, you got your bed, you're grinding body control. Yeah. That's something that we're all doing. And Pharrell, you're making some satchels and foraging as foraging preparation. Yep. That's a good way to be able to carry so many items before you go overweight.
It says on the wiki that you
multi-box.
need it,
you are doing it at the same time.
and I remember Katz was talking about this on her stream yesterday, but it's like, what chances, how do you make it so that you can get your chance to create above 0? And here on the wiki, it says for the fish net, what is it called? The fish keep net. You need a rope making skill of 5 with a ribbon quality of about 40.
Ooh.
And rope quality of about 12 gives a chance equal to 7%. So that chance is like determined by the combination of those 3 things. And, like if I had higher rope making skill, I wouldn't need as high of a ribbon quality. But this is an example of like somebody had these items and it gave them a 7% chance. We are nowhere near that. My ribbon quality is 2.
You might want to make some ribbons that are not 2 quality.
Right. But
maybe 1.
I can make a ribbon quality that's 30.
Yeah.
But the rope is going to be like our WEMP that we have is 11.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
See the ropes that I made with 4. Oh, I see. Because I'm capped by my skill. Go ahead.
I was just going to keep going. We missed a bunch of
we
what
missed.
they're
Okay,
doing.
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Keep going.
So Polar Bear, you're prospecting on the surface. Okay. Yeah.
And ribbons.
You've been getting lots of different things with the prospecting, I guess. Oh, and our Quins, you said you got zinc, lead, and marble.
No iron.
Wow, those are things that we don't have here at all.
To have those things,
and, but no iron. That sucks. That sucks.
Ripon saying he's trying to make a rowboat, but can't figure out if he needs 1 or 2 keels. You need 2 keels. You activate 1 keel and you use it on the other.
Oh, and Death, when you finish burying 30 corpses of yourself, why do you have 30 corpses of yourself? Oh. That's kind of crazy.
Okay, let's see.
And
if I make a
Wurm,
ribbon.
You've been working on chain armor smithing. That's new. Then going back to weapon smithing. So you're completely like Adam with the
Yeah, the smithing.
Forge, standing in front of the forge, doing all of your smithing.
Yep.
Oh, and Catspur Antir was able to donate some sheets and furs to you yesterday. Oh, that makes things so much
Oh,
easier, doesn't it?
Totally.
Oh, that's awesome. Glad you
We
got
have-
your bed.
We have 2 furs because Serene gave us one yesterday, so thank you so much for that. And we had one from a
And
bear.
2 furs.
One more fur, and we'll be able to make one more bed. We need. What do we need? 5 beds?
We need 4 or 5 beds in total.
4 or 5 beds. Yeah.
Yeah. That would be nice.
Okay. Let's see. So the highest quality
Or
ribbon I
more
can
than
make
one.
with the highest quality rope that I can make still gives me 0. So I'll need to work on my rope making skills somehow in another way first.
I'm assuming you answered the Rippins there. He was trying to make a rowboat.
Yep, we
You
answered
do
that
need
one.
2 keels. Yeah, you do need to have 2. You have to be able to carry one and have one on the ground or something like that. Oh, and Polar Bear, you're completely just surface mining up at the moment.
Okay, so
'Cause you're
Rippins, you
out
know
of
how
dirt.
in the starting items, there's always 2 items in the starting items category for everything that you create. And those 2 items are the items that you have to activate one and click onto the other. Okay, so if there's
Or
2
putting
keel
them-
sections or putting them together, yeah.
in the crafting window.
Right, or putting it in the crafting window. So if you use 2 keel sections, that means you need 2 keel sections and you activate one and right click the other. That'll allow you to make the boat.
Oh, and Polar Bear, that's what you're doing. You're making a road.
Let's see, net trap. What does it take to make a net trap? So 2 ropes. Let's see, can I do that? Nope. I don't have the skill to make a net trap because the ropes we have are low quality. And those are the best ropes I can make. So let's see if I start with the starting rope. Oh, that doesn't work. That on this.
Look, Arquins, it looks like Vedi would give you your actual firstborn for a marble vein. All you have is slate and iron. I'd love to have
Man,
slate.
slate. We need slate.
We do
Totally.
need slate.
Okay, so
We
anybody
don't have
starting the
anything
rope
here.
Anybody
We
starting
have
the rope
iron
making
and
skill?
copper here. By
Do
the
we
way.
have copper?
We
Copper's
do,
good.
but it's underneath our deed.
Okay,
somewhere.
we'll get to that. I have a plan for getting underneath our deed. But anybody starting the rope making path, you have to start with bowstrings or something like that, or making rope, or it's a creation only start because you can't with starting skills you can't create the things that you can imp with.
How far do we need to go?
Probably 5. I'll probably need to get to 5 or 6.
5?
Wait,
That's
I'm
not
already
too
at
bad.
I'm already at 6 rope making. Hold on, let me just double
Yeah.
check that.
It
What
doesn't
am I
take
at?
that long. Maybe you're thinking maybe 10?
Maybe 10. I don't know.
10
I
would
just,
be better. Let
Oh,
me
no, my
scroll
rope
down the
making's-
chat, guys.
My rope making still 3.
Oh, Deathwing, so you killed yourself 30 times to take out a champ troll last night?
What?
That's crazy. But I'm assuming you did it.
Nice. That must have been an epic battle. That
Ivy song,
I
it occurs
bet
to me,
lasted
I haven't
hours.
seen a basic fuel source in this game. Coal. There is a way to make charcoal, but not easy.
There is coal. Yeah, there's charcoal, but you can get charcoal. Is charcoal even a fuel source though?
No, it's used for other items, isn't it?
Yeah. It is true though that it should be able to be used.
I wonder if it does and people just don't because you wouldn't really want that to happen. It's so coveted as for other items, for other purposes.
And Amethyst, I need to copy and paste this text. Good thing is Betty
You're
is my
more
wife, and
likely
she
to
surely spares some slate. Okay.
That's right, Pharrell. You would not want to use charcoal for anything but making steel, because steel is so hard to make. And charcoal is needed for that. What do I got? Mallet. Oh, Monkey Worm, you're gonna eat lunch real quick and be right back. Well,
Sure.
you're probably long gone, but yeah, we'll talk to you later. And Ivy Song, you've gotten marble, copper, and lead prospecting hints. That's cool. And aren't you around here somewhere?
And
That'd be
it's
really
never
nice to have
too
marble.
slate. It's never too slate to get slate, says Sturmwolf.
Good one. Mortal Wombat, you've got slate, but only poor iron so far. Ah. At least it's some iron, but yeah, you need some higher quality ones at some point.
I'm terrible at puns. I just don't.
And Amethyst said, good thing is Betty is my wife. My wife. And she surely spares some slate.
Oh my god, Deathwind. He says he posted a pic in the screenshots. Okay, so we'll have to take a look at it. The bill went from 10:30-ish to almost 2 a.m.
All right, we're looking at that.
That's like a 3.5-hour fight.
3.5-hour epic battle of the champion troll. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
That's worth a look.
I knew that would have
here.
had to take a while.
Oh my god, here's the shots. Okay. Let me open up both of them. All right. Browser. So here's Deathwind saying, oh, look at that. That's some epic. An epic champion troll, I guess, close to your deed. Or on your deed. And you just had to kill him, huh? And now the next shot is you. Yeah, did you get lots of fighting skill at least for that kill?
Probably not, because I bet lots of guards were helping.
And boom, you finally kill it. Look at all the corpses. Oh my god. You think you lost more than you gained. So here's two shots that showcases how not to get fighting skill.
However, it is definitely
troll.
valuable taking out the champion troll, because that champion troll could have caused a lot of trouble for the people in the area.
That's true. When you have that many corpses, it's definitely not a good idea. All right.
Peat is a great source of fuel. Peat is 4 times as effective as wood.
That's true. It's also 4 times harder to get. No.
Right, but it's 4 times as effective as wood, but does that mean that it lasts 4 times as long? Like, let's say I took 20 kilograms of peat and I took a 20 kilogram log, 2 side-by-side forges, and I fueled them both. Then does the one with peat last 4 times as long? Because I was always under the impression that there's a maximum length that the forge will be lit no matter what the fuel source.
Depending on the quality level of the forge.
Right, because like if I burn 20 kilograms of wood versus burning 40 kilograms of wood, I feel like the forges last the same length. Like there's a maximum.
Probably burn less peat and still get the same amount as the 40 whatever of wood. Maybe that's how it works. And oh my god,
the only way to find out.
Look up here. Moxie Plays, you said you have iron, zinc, lead, slate, and gold so far.
Wow. That's a good amount.
Wow.
Of stuff.
That's crazy.
We're going to need to find some zinc at some point. so that we can do some metallurgy.
Oh, and Serene activating the Atom Cam, who is standing in front of the forge. What are you doing standing in front of the forge?
I'm standing in front of the forge making bowstrings.
Oh, there he is. He's right here, standing in front of the forge making bowstrings. That makes sense. And Gaffer Boffin, anything more than 20 kg is just wasted. There is a max, and that max is 20 kg.
Right. So then does that mean that if I took like 1 kilogram of peat, let me see if I get this straight. Sorry, if I get 5 kilograms of peat, it'll last the same length of time as 20 kilograms of wood, let's say. But 20 kilograms of wood is the maximum amount of time for the forge, so I'm confused. Does that mean that 5 kilograms of peat is all you would need to fuel the forge to max?
Wouldn't it also, I don't know, but it would also be the quality of the peat? Wouldn't that affect anything as well?
Mm.
Things are usually not so black and white in Wurm. That's why you can't
I
say
know.
you need this skill to make this item, because that's not how simple Wurm is.
Right.
Because it always has to deal with the item level of your tool, the item level of your mats. All of that goes into a formula to determine the chance that you have to make an item.
Right. So when I'm looking at the wiki now under fuel, and it says peat is 4 times more effective than non-birch wood.
But it
For
could
fuel.
not be that complicated for fueling.
But what does
Forge.
that mean, more effective, right? Like that phrase could mean a lot of
Well,
different
Piandio
things.
saying, therefore, burning 10 kg pieces of peat is equivalent to burning 40 kg of wood.
Yeah, but burning 40
Would be-
kilograms of wood is the same as burning 20 kilograms of wood.
Yeah, therefore,
Doesn't mean
you would not
anything.
get any benefit.
Is it so? Yeah,
After 20.
it sounds right after 20. So does that mean that I only need to burn 5 kilograms of peat to get the maximum effectiveness of the forge? The problem is that 10 kilogram peat is sort of like the minimum, right? One peat is
random
10
horse.
kilograms.
Oh,
Yeah,
do you
I know.
have this horse?
That emote is definitely fitting.
Let me just
My
lead this
head
horse and
hurts.
see if it can go into this. Can I place this horse here? What does unlocking a hitching post do? Hitch.
I'll be honest though, I think wood scraps are just the most convenient because we always have way too many wood scraps just as a byproduct of cutting planks and stuff. So there's no point in going out and spending time digging peat when wood scraps are there without any work.
I removed the lock. Does that mean I have a lock? I do have a lock.
Yes,
If I
Gaffer,
lock this,
I will definitely wait until someone else experiments with that one because the amount of you'd have to fuel the forge and then set a timer and be there right when the forge goes out on its own, which could be an hour later.
well, that's pretty cool. I guess I need to feed the horse. Let me see if I can get some mixed grass in there.
Okay, I know Jack. I can ask Jack and see what he says.
All right, let's go. God, it looks like it's spring, like there's no grass to cut anywhere.
Oh, really?
I mean, you'll get a little bit.
I feel like it's been spring for a while now, eh?
I guess it has
I mean, for a week, I suppose.
a while. It feels like months, but it's been 1
I
week.
know it feels like months. I think it was winter on the day one, and they switched it to spring.
Yeah, I heard they did that to give new players a better feeling about the game. I guess they
Yeah.
didn't think winter had a great effect.
Right. Everybody comes in and it's winter. Oh, and Pharrell might have cut all the grass in the neighborhood.
Is that why everything's short? No, no, this should be enough. It should be enough.
Winter is too short in Wurm.
They initially it wasn't really short. It was when the seasons came in, winter was long, just as
Yeah.
long as all the other seasons.
It was
And,
evened out. Yeah.
I don't
People
know
were
if so
not
many
happy.
people complained or if the people that did complain were really loud on the forums
Yeah.
and that shortened winter.
Yeah. People who complained.
And I
were
must
loud.
say, it was because when winter did come into the game, the sun to the snow at the time was blinding.
blinding. Same with
Like,
Marvel.
it's
Like the
not
white
like that
textures were-
anymore, as far as I'm aware, with the new volumetric stuff.
I must say, now with the new volumetric lighting, winter looks amazing. For the brief time that I
maybe
had
they
it
can
on there,
revisit that.
it was amazing. So yeah, they really should.
Yeah, at this time, yeah, it was true back then. Winter was pretty blinding, I must say.
Mm-hmm. And the snowball wars, yeah.
That's true. They could take a week of summer, or maybe they could just add like an extra week of winter or something. I know winter's like a day or two at this point.
So I have a question
Mhm.
to switch the topic. You know all those items that Wurm has given out over the years, like those unique holiday-esque type items? How do you think would be the way that they could introduce those items to the new servers? Like, is it a matter of like us waiting until the servers get connected, which I'm not an advocate for. I'd rather they stay disconnected for as long as possible, but you know,
Or restart the giving those items out for the Christmas holidays.
okay, so like the old servers will get a new item for Christmas, and then the new servers get the old items, sort of like
I
have
don't
it
know.
lagging behind.
It's a possibility. Or giving everybody the option. Get a new item or get the old. There's one year where people had an option.
Burrell suggested that they could be buyable with
All
karma
people
or
are saying
tokens from buying people. Okay, yeah.
loyalty.
Archaeology?
They could be put to the loyalty marks.
The loyalty
Yeah.
system, yeah.
Or they can put it to archaeology. A number of people are talking about that. They would have to be fairly rare, I would say, for an archaeology system.
Sipiku saying, how is it fair to put former giveaway items on the new servers when there's a lot of players on the old servers that never played when they were given out, and now they would
That's
have
right.
to make a new tune? No, well, the thing is, on the old servers, you can get them by trading with other players. So like people that miss them still have the opportunity to get them, whereas on the new servers they just don't exist yet. They don't exist at all. So
So
there's
no
not-
matter what they do, I would say that they should be doing it to all servers. So if they decide to put it in the archaeology field, then the new and old servers would have the ability to get them through archaeology. If you do it through the marks, any player would be able to get them through the mark system. If you, I don't know, do it in Christmas and you give people the choice of getting the old item or the new item, do that. Do all of them.
Oh boy. Polar Bear just linked me a spreadsheet
Yeah.
that has so many things. So
You gotta
many
be
things.
more specific there.
Okay, so like there's one page that's just on armor. And it'll
Wow.
have all the armors along the top and all the qualities down the side, and it's like a massive thing for
Wow, and thanks for the
percentages.
follow, gankable player.
Weapons, creatures, prayer calculator, deity bonuses, forge time. There is forge time. Okay, so this is what we're
I
looking
think I'm
at.
gonna fix that while you talk about that.
Okay, yeah, you do that, and I'm just gonna look through this quickly. We're gonna have to. We're gonna be missing a few comments here. Just give a second here. Although this just looks like quality of the forge versus the estimated maximum amount of minute. Yeah. Not based on fuel type though. Through a couple other pages. Materials? Could it be under materials? Oh, those are just the ID of the items in the game. Yeah, okay, so it looks like this will give you the amount of time that your forge will last given its quality. And I'm guessing it's the max time.
Oh.
So a 30 quality forge, which you can now make this, will last 83 minutes estimate. An estimate of 83 minutes.
Wow.
And our forge is currently 20 quality, but she only goes as low as 30.
Thank you, Scotty Mac, for the follow.
Thanks, follow.
Yeah, I just
All right.
I think I fixed the alert system so we could see everybody's long names.
Oh, okay, nice. And
Anyway,
let's
should
go
be
back.
fixed. I don't know. Okay, so what have I done so far? I have made the hitching post. Hitching post seems like it's working. I'm wondering how quickly the grass will get eaten up. Feels like horse has already eaten a bunch. I don't know if that is going to last the day.
I am not NSA also suggests that the old items should just be on the old servers.
Artifacts
So
of a previous.
just don't allow spy glasses on the new servers. Don't allow Santa hats on the new servers. Just keep them away. I don't know. I mean, my only I understand the reasoning. But some of them are just like cosmetic, festive items. Like, you go to an Impelong and people are wearing troll masks, and people are wearing witches hats. And the dev team has put a lot of effort into making those models in the game and making the mechanisms for obtaining those items. It just seems like a shame that it would not be accessible by a large portion of the player base. Okay, we could get onto that topic of why don't I want the servers connected.
Why would we not want the servers to be connected? I don't know. Adam, go ahead.
I'm sure that there will be a day where it won't matter too much. Where the player base on the new servers gets to a point where it is about on par to where the current servers are now. I would say that it would need to wait until then, until we connect the servers. So that is to say, we have a large portion of the player base who have 99 plus skills. And by large portion, I mean not just those super grinders who are able to get to 99 within a couple months. I mean, like the casual players have gotten their opportunity to get their skills up into the 90s for the skills that they really want to work on. And the reason is because
the economy. Right?
It's partially the economy, and it's also about the accomplishment that one feels when they finally arrive at that 90. Like it would be such a shame if, let's say, you spent a year playing this game, a whole year, and you're like working really hard. Like, I just want to get my skill to 90 so I can make those 90 quality tools so I can sell them to my neighbors and sell them to the people around me, because my 90 quality, fine carpentry skills are of value to the people around me and the people on the servers. And could you just imagine you finally get there, like, yes, I can finally make 90 quality tools. Now everybody around me will benefit from my skills. And then they connect the servers. And next thing you know, everything that you just finished grinding for is completely not needed anymore because you're now connected to a server that has 100 people who have 90 plus fine carpentry.
Probably more than
Right.
that.
And it would just be deflating to a player who's spent all that time you know. I really feel like it needs to get to the point, like people need to have the time to get their skills to 90 plus have the time where that 90 skill is valuable to the community, you know, and that might be an additional year on top of the time that it takes to get to the 90, right? Because there's going to be that period of time where 90 skills or 90 tools are coveted and everybody wants that 90 quality tool. And it'll take a long time for everybody to get 90 quality tools, that's for sure. Yeah.
And,
I mean,
and you can transfer that to building as well. Like imagine someone just spent a year or 2 years creating this potentially massive deed that they spent a lot of time on, and then like almost instantly the floodgates open up, old players come over here and they build those deeds like it's nothing,
like yeah, not even
a month, and then that massive deed that took you years just looks pale in comparison.
Like new players don't know this, like they haven't experienced this. If you're just starting new fresh on the Steam servers, you know, you might feel the instinct like I kind of want it to be connected so that I have access to all those high quality things. But the reality is that once you have all those high quality things, there's nothing really more to the game, right? Like,
well, there's more to the game, but
there's more to the game, but there's definitely more to the game, but it's like you'll have, I don't know, how do I put this? A lot of the motivation in this game, yeah, a lot of the motivation in this game is like just that carrot at the end, you know, like it's the journey towards getting those 90 quality tools or whatever it is that is so magical in this game. To all of a sudden have that just granted to you overnight just removes all that magic, you know? Yeah. I don't know.
it's true. The floodgates, I mean, essentially the floodgates would open, and then all of a sudden, instead of you being the master carpenter, tailor, blacksmith, especially blacksmithing,
Yeah.
you would no longer be that master blacksmith. You would be competing amongst hundreds and hundreds of players instantly that you could not compete with.
You couldn't compete with them, yeah. Casting as well, like priests. Like you saw at the Impalong, like people were like, "Oh, I got another 101 cast. Oh, I got another 107 cast. Oh, there's another." Like they were just like popping it off. Like it was like insane.
Nothing.
Like it was nothing. Like if all of a sudden that happened here, like all those little people who are like, "Oh, one day maybe I'll work up on my priest." It's like you would never have to anymore. You would just buy your skills, buy your priest items. Like it would take forever to get to that point.
Yeah, and Rippins, you're saying, what about two different people with the same name? That's not a problem just because you can't have the same name as people on the old server. All right.
I mean, they did that particularly because they are uncertain whether or not they'll connect the servers in the future. I know I did read something that Rolf said, that the plan is to connect them in the future at some point. And that point is, in his words, when the server matures. And that's a fair thing. Although, if history has anything to say about this,
yeah, this is a different argument, typically. So, if you're saying by this logic, no new players should roll on the old servers, it's not entirely true. We're not talking about new players because new players should have the choice of, because there are benefits, obviously, to go to the old servers. 100% benefits. It's easier to start there. You have guard towers everywhere. You have land that's already been terraformed. You have players that you can get high quality tools instantly. The game's so much easier on the old servers. And if you're a new player starting out, you should take that into consideration. You should 100% be like, I could start on the old servers and love it there because things will happen so much quicker for me. That's not the argument here. The argument isn't whether the server should open because you shouldn't roll on the old servers. It's more about what that would do to the new servers and to the economy and to the player base of the new servers that are there and that are playing. I mean, there's pros and there's cons, obviously, for both. Pros and cons for both options. And that's why it's such a hard choice. That's why they couldn't 100% say, oh, this is the reason. And they have a small amount of historical data for this, right? They've done this a couple times.
I never said. Sorry, go ahead.
Release. They did the same thing with release and pristine. They have that data, and how did that affect those servers? How long did they take to mature? Do they feel like they waited long enough to open it up? How did players feel about that? They have the data of Xanadu. They instantly opened it up. How did that affect Xanadu? How did that land rush go? And they just have to build and learn off of those and see if they can do it the correct way here.
Right.
And
typical,
I don't know.
You're saying that we're afraid of the veterans using high-skilled tunes to control the market on old servers when in fact many of them rolled new tunes on the new servers and will control the market. They will sell 70 quality items for 4 times the price on old servers. Oh, okay, that's obvious is going to happen. However, it would be completely a different experience if old tunes were able to come to the new servers. Day one, people would be selling 90 quality tools, like on day one, and 100 plus
That's
cast COs, like Circle of Cunning would be there, and it's like it would completely ruin the experience for me. In fact, if they launched these servers connected, I probably wouldn't have played. And I'm now another thing that Gaffer was saying, like, because I'm not sure, Gaffer, if you were on Pristine or Release when it first started, and that's where you like grew up. I am curious to know what the general consensus of the players who were on Pristine and Release, what their feeling was at the time after the merge happened. Like, how did that affect, things? Like, were there people who literally quit because it got merged? Okay, so you started on Release a couple months after launch. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how it affected the population of those servers.
I remember hearing some initial posts of people just not liking it, but it was just posts of
I know it's just posts.
Opinion.
I know when they did
that.
When they did the merge, they made they had a bunch of polls, and they polled both the people who are not on Pristine and Release and the people who were on Pristine and Release. I'm pretty sure that the consensus was those who are not on the new servers really wanted the merge, like really badly. People who did not play on the new servers really wanted the merge badly. And the people who were on the new servers, it was very split. Like, it was very mixed. Okay, so the economy was mature by the time they merged, and there was a wide support for doing it. Okay.
And that's good. I that's where I think these servers need to get to. Whatever that is.
I mean,
however it feels right.
if we get to the point where, you know, a lot of the high level tunes are wearing their Drake and they, you know, they have their high casted tools and everything, like everything's like up there. You know, I'm okay if the servers merge after that point. But if there's, you know, you got to give people the opportunity to experience getting to the high levels and reaping the benefits of those high levels before you merge.
Yeah, I think that was the only point, really. And I'm sure they'll do it very similar. With the benefit of hindsight at this point, they will be able to do that. Like, I think the voting that they did for Pristine and Release was good. They can do that again.
They did create an in-game voting system, which they haven't used since, and I wish they would, because that's the only way to make sure that you're getting players that are in the game, and the vote is associated with your character. And they can even make it so that they track the premium versus non-premium characters. Like that way you get a true sense of. And obviously people have alts, right? But if let's say you have 10 premium alts, then I feel like you're paying the money to have your say, you know? It's better than the forums where somebody can make 100 forum accounts and vote 100 times for free. Okay, they use the voting system for Epic, yeah. Yes, RMT. It's another hot topic we could talk about.
What about RMT?
Do you have other things that you want to talk about before we go down that rabbit hole?
Oh man,
that's a rabbit hole.
People can see I decided, okay, I'm gonna level this tar up and just make it so that it's flat. I was looking at just the deed in general, and I'm seeing like we own probably this land up to that dirt line.
Yep.
So
and down to the water. Hey, Scuff.
Oh, what can we do with that? Oh, hey,
welcome to the
Scuff.
stream.
And so I know we want to have different levels.
No, Perigi. I mean, if you make it so that you can tell, if they separate the votes between free-to-play players and premium players, so sure everybody can vote, but it's like these votes were from the premium players, and these votes were from the free-to-play players. Like they see that, then they can make a decision based on, you know, what are the premium players thinking, and what are the free-to-play players thinking, and what are, you know, like that it gives them more data that way.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, it just allows them to make a more informed decision. That's what voting is, right? It's not a black and white sort of decision. It's like, let's collect all the data that we can to make sure that we are completely... Oh, all right, Sunoka. I understand. You don't want me to continue talking.
We should have one that like just has like an X over your mouth or something.
But while this is open, I was going to say that, it's more about get as much information as possible from the population, so they know where this information is coming from, so that they don't make the wrong choice. I mean, that's really what they nobody wants anybody to make the wrong choice. That could be disastrous, and that's what voting can do.
All right, I can now make a fish keep net.
Ooh.
So just if you're wondering, my skill, I got it up to 7.
Can I now do this? Let me see.
And I'm using a 31 quality ribbon on my starter rope, which is 10 quality.
I cannot see how to level here. That's awesome. Okay.
Although every fail is making so much damage.
Oh no.
Okay, I got it. Okay, whew.
So, Admiral Myth, why are people dual wielding sickles? I don't know. I feel like a question for cats,
Yes.
if you're still around.
Sickles, somebody found out, are quite effective weapons. I did spend a little bit of time looking at the on Wikipedia. So if you go to the Wurmpedia and you type in and see what it is, weapons.
Mhm.
Weapon. Table of weapons. So go to the page that's titled Table of Weapons. And you can see all the weapons there and all of their abilities, all of their stats. So if you take a look at sickles, let's take a look quickly at sickles. Sickles are one of the items that is like a tool. It's not intended to be a weapon. However, it has the same kind of damage level as like a longsword. It's actually even better than a longsword in terms of its strength. So longsword strength is 5.5, and the sickle strength is 6.
Now, saying all that, Absurdities is saying that he used to dual wield sickles. It was great, but since then, he believes that they received some kind of combat nerf.
Yep. I think they did receive a combat nerf because they added something called a skill penalty to weapons. And that skill penalty is assigned to items that are not intended to be weapons. And also other things that are not such good weapons. So most of the regular weapons have 0 skill penalty, like, long sword, short sword, all those things. An example of something that has a weapon is the huge shod club, like the one that the troll drops.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
now
that's
saying all of that, just like everybody's saying that they actually changed the way weapons works on the new servers, but didn't actually tell anybody what they changed. So we don't
Oh, really?
actually know what these new weapon tables look like and which weapons are the best these days, I guess.
Or just Defiance, Sipiku saying.
Or just
No one
Defiance.
knows. Yeah. All right, well.
So
That's
we
one
could
way
be
of doing
talking about stuff that doesn't matter anymore.
True. I think that
What do we know? We keep dying.
For PvE, you should just pick a weapon that you like. So if sickles is your thing, then go for it.
That's right.
I think it's all be pretty effective. A shaft.
Okay. There's one side that's flat. I am going to need my cart for the rest of this, I think.
I think we're going to try something new.
Polar bear. Need to go beg to Keenan, I guess, to find out.
And it looks like people want to talk about RMT still.
Okay. What
So Polar
do we
Bears-
want to talk about in RMT
Let's read a few of these
specifically?
RMT comments. Polar Bear says, blame Steam for RMT, but it's a good thing for PvP for sure, as old tunes can just die off. We give a chance to newer players. Same with PvE. Yeah, so I think that was one of the main arguments for why RMT should not be in this game. And that used to be that old tunes would just get passed on to new players. So when an old player decides to, hang up their weapons and stop playing Wurm, they would just pass their tune on to another person who would continue
That's
from
right.
where they
Oh,
left off. And this
Legend
created
Skills.
these.
Thanks
Hey,
for the
Legend
follow.
Skills. Thanks for the follow. Oh, and I crashed again. There I go. Crashed. What is going on?
I don't know. But yeah. I just say I am not NSA. I am a bear for the next minute or so. So thank you for that. Just rubbing it in my face that we did not get furs yesterday on our
Yep.
on our hunting trip.
Says, don't misunderstand me. I don't want RMT being
Hold on, Adam's thing is loading. I'm assuming Worm, and that's why you can't hear him.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, let me put that load first.
All right, let me drop on the ground. What do I need here? 9. And I do want to get to your question, Trick Nasty.
Okay, we will.
We're just in this RMT debate.
You know what? You better take that question first, because RMT could last a while.
All right, so there's a reason, Trick Nasty, why.
What's the question?
So you're a new player.
Okay.
And you're having trouble figuring out what you can make based on your skills. Is there a resource out there that you can find that has items, and what skill is recommended that you can build them? And here's why you don't see that on the Wurmpedia. And
There's
the
a good
reason
reason for
is that skill level is only one of the factors that determines when you can make something. And give you an idea of what that exactly means is, let's say I wanted to make this hitching post, which I just made. And I put together, and let's say the Wurmpedia said, oh, you can make it at level 20 carpentry. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because the items that let's say you're making them from wooden beams. So 2 wooden beams, paste them together. Those wooden beams have a quality level themselves. So those quality levels determine the chance of the item of your chance to create this hitching post. So if you had one quality wooden beams versus 50 quality wooden beams, that would really change the chance of that you can create something. Yet your skill level would remain the same. Your skill level would remain 20 quality. So one quality wooden beam, you might have like a 20% chance, whereas a 50 quality wooden beam, you would have, a 60% chance. Just throwing random numbers out here.
So as a way to give an example, why don't you bring up the Wurmpedia and show the page for the fish keep net, because it has a good example there of that.
Okay, so Wurmpedia.com, fish keep net.
And who was, I don't know who was it that asked this question again? Trick Nasty. So it does give the information. You just got to know where to look for it.
So here we go. So did I turn it on? No, I locked it. So here's the fish keep net.
And I just used this information earlier for my own purpose. So if you scroll down, it's in one of the thingies there.
Okay, so here it says the rope making skill of 5. This is just in the notes. So if you had a rope making skill of 5 and the ribbon quality that you have was around 40 quality, and the rope that you had to combine the ribbon and the rope was 12 quality, you would have a 7% chance to create it.
Right. And 6% chance is the lowest that allows you to make it.
Yeah.
So if you have anything less than
skill here, it's just one of the factors.
If you had less than 6% chance, it'll come up as 0. Okay, so with those numbers, if you had those items at those qualities in your skill, getting a 7% chance means you could probably go a little bit lower than that.
Oh, Adam's thing is.
Is my thing still bad, or is it?
You didn't share your screen. That's why you're all.
Oh, I see. All my mess. Okay, I'll share my screen.
So, in saying all that, Trick Nasty, hopefully that makes you understand a little bit more. Essentially, what you really want to do, as I see Adam's screen, because I'm going to have to change something here. Share there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. It's good now. So, essentially, if you're wanting to increase the chance that you have to create something, imp those items up higher before combining, or create the items at a higher quality. I'm still a bear. Oh my god. Okay. Don't know why that didn't go away.
And Mr. Laggy joined us. I don't know. I feel like we might have missed that.
Welcome, I did miss Mr. that. Hey, Mr. Laggy. Thanks for joining us.
So let me know when the right time to go back to RMT is.
Okay, so let me get rid of this browser here. Yeah, so that's what I did with the beds. I created the 3 bed pieces, and then I imped them up to high quality, and then I pieced them together, and it was a lot easier to get those items in. And the downfall is if you don't imp them, you can still get them in. It just will take a long time. You'll just be trying to shove that, I don't know, footboard or something into the bed, and it just won't go for like ever until eventually it goes. This is specifically for people that want to make boats. This is something you have to get used to, because yes, sure, you can make a boat, you can make this Corbita, you can make 500 tenons, and you can shove them into the boat at any quality, but you'll find that you'll fail like 10 times, and then you'll get like 1 in. And then you're feeling like, oh, this boat takes a long time to make. Well, what actual boat makers end up realizing is that you want to separate those tenons based on quality, and like every single quality level. Yes, this is for you, Pyro. You want to have the high quality mats separate from your low quality mats, because that makes a huge difference. You'll find that instead of failing 10 times and getting 1 tenon in, you will get 5 tenon ins for 10 times. Like, it'll increase your chances so much, reducing the time it takes to create your boat. And this, I had 50 quality boat making at some point, and I was trying to create a Nar
on the old servers.
On the old servers, and there's just like the difference in quality of your mats is huge, even at that level.
Yeah,
huge. You want to have high quality mats when building something like a Nar. You never want to have low quality mats, and that's the difference of like creation chance of like 10% versus 50 or 60%.
I remember you would always you would cut all the logs and only take the high quality logs, and then you would cut all the hull planks and throw out all the low quality hull planks.
You don't
just
want
only
to try
use the high quality.
You don't want to try to put in a 1 quality hull plank into a Nar.
Because I know it takes longer to make those mats, but in the end, it does take shorter in the long run.
That's right.
And Pyro would like some help with these pegs. I'm totally down for helping that. Just give me 1 more second. I'm going to see if I can finish this fish keep net.
I'm going to figure out what I was doing here. I was trying to flatten this tar pile. Let me do that. How much do I need here? 12. So if I open this back up, where's the dirt?
Mr. Laggy. So I'm the server deadbeat. This is starting to feel way too close to real
Who
life.
said that?
Mr. Laggy. You're not the server deadbeat. You know, all it takes is for you to get in there. Just, get in there. And, Pyro could use some help putting in some pegs into his boat. I'm sure there's lots of people who are willing to, have you help them out with something. So about this RMT discussion, yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh man,
I really want to get to that so badly, but
I messed this up somehow. Okay, 4 slope. Let me just raise this 4. All right, go ahead on your RMT. Well, I figured this out.
Okay. Quickly, I'm gonna. For the hell horses, you don't need high taming to
What did I do?
Hitch the hell horses to the cart. You just lead them and hitch with no taming required. Okay, so I did also see somebody didn't know what RMT was. So RMT stands for real money transfer. The way that Wurm used to be was that they actually encouraged you to sell your stuff for real money to other people. Not encouraged, but they allowed it, and they went so far as saying, at least Rolf even said, that he feels like people should profit off of his game. That was his feeling. And so people would sell items for real money, or they would sell items for silver and then sell the silver for real money and cash out. And that was a big part of the appeal for a lot of people about this game. Now, it was rather recent that this got changed, and it was right after the announcement that Wurm was going to be launched on Steam. This was at the end of last year. And part of the reason is because Steam uh, has a term of service that basically says you cannot do real money transfers if you're going to be on Steam. So, you know, now just going back a bit, the main issues, like there was definitely pros and cons, right? As the gankable player says, the issues that it causes, the main one, in my opinion anyway, is that players who have high skill
There we go.
end up selling their characters to other people, and so those high skilled tunes never leave the game. Right? So like a new player would come in, they would buy themselves a high level tune and they would just continue off from where that left off, and then when they were done with that tune, they would sell it to another person. And there were a ton of these types of tunes floating around in the game where they're just like massively high skilled, and it kept the market top heavy, right? Like too many high level characters were floating around.
Right.
Not enough new players. So there was lots of other issues that it caused, but you know, now that it's gone, it has changed a lot about the economy of the game. I even noticed a uptick in the market. Like rare items started selling for more money again. Even just things started selling more.
Right.
Right.
It can
So go ahead.
potentially have a negative impact to the economy. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That you don't necessarily see until it's gone.
Right. So Syndicate has the idea, right? Like on the new servers, once let's say a player stops playing, then their tune is gone and they're out of the
Out
market.
of the economy game. Yeah.
Right. So it's going to take a lot longer, and which is good. I think it's good that it'll take longer for the server to mature that way, and it gives a more natural feel to the way that things should go.
I almost feel like, actually, I don't really know. Widespread tune sharing. I don't think they ever
Yeah, they got rid of that.
did.
They
I
got rid of
feel
that.
like there was always some sort of angst towards tune sharing. Like they allowed it, but only
No,
only
they
so
totally
much.
they totally allowed
Did
it.
they totally allow it amongst, like,
Totally
let's say, an
allowed it.
entire alliance?
The only thing they didn't allow it is if that tune was like a dev, not a dev, but like I don't know. But anyway,
Okay.
like they totally allowed tune sharing, and what would happen is that anybody who was on would be able to just like log into that priest, let's say, and then grind their channeling. So that
I
priest
see.
would be basically grinding 24 hours a day because they would just have like a schedule where, you know, you log in during these hours and you log in during those hours, just cycle. Yeah. So they got rid of that.
So what else can I do today? I do want to build a house somewhere here at some point. I do know that you got your mining up, so I'm assuming that means you want to get your blacksmithing up at some point.
Do you want to help Pyro with the boat?
Yes, we could do that. I'm assuming the best thing that we could do, Pyro, if you're listening, is to have. Let's see how much is still left here. Is to have a couple BSBs here, although that's easier said than done.
Right. See, J Papa Worm, this is exactly what I was talking about before. Like,
Well, here's a couple.
I want this server to mature to the point where nobody is going to want their shit to be imped to 95 anymore when they do merge. You know, like give the new servers a chance to get that to the point where everybody has their 95 quality boat and their 95 quality tools and fully casted equipment, and everything is like, you know, rare and supreme and stuff. Get to that point before merging. It should never be the point where we merge and all of a sudden the new servers have access to all these things they didn't have access to before. It should never be like that. That would ruin the experience. You know, you want to
Right,
give
so
people the
here-
chance to earn it for themselves.
Yeah. So here you want like a low quality, and you want like a high quality. And then you have the mats right next to the actual Corbita.
I think the
So-
Ass Cats was about the hitching the hell horses to the cart. But I think we got to the.
That feels like that was a long time ago.
But you would have to stop new player influx if you would want to set point for connecting the servers. You're right. It is very hard to say when it is. It is very hard. You're right, because like, who knows, 2 years from now, a new player starts their way into Wurm. It's hard to say exactly when the server is mature enough.
Yeah, that's why there's no clear-cut way. There's no black and white way of knowing. Just whatever that the developers can get as far as information, the more information, the better. More information through voting, through knowing, like it's all about data. Knowing as much data as possible, knowing as much information as possible about the economy and then the way players are, how much they've developed their lands, their skill levels. Maybe they can do a pool of like skill levels and then getting the votes of the players and just sort of feeling it out.
It's Seppuku. If you can imagine the situation where if this game were popular enough that it was constantly getting new players, and that every 2 years or so they opened up a new cluster like Melody and Harmony that was completely separate, you know, that would be like, I think, the ideal situation. And I know that the argument is don't split the player base so much, and I totally understand that argument. However, you would only be doing this if there was continual influx of players, like continually coming in, because, you know, like this is our first experience of a brand new server launch, and I have to say that it is got to be the most exciting time I've ever had in Wurm. Like, it's got to be, like, compared to when we first started. And I'll be honest that if 2 years from now, if we do get a massive influx of players again and they do create a new server, maybe not 2 years from now, but they create a new server start, I'd probably also play on there too, just because it's so much fun building a new community.
So for Pharrell, earlier you mentioned that filleting to get butchering skill. Just wanted to emphasize that it needs to be with a butchering knife. Tested it with friend, doesn't give butchering skill with a carving knife. Yeah, I guess we didn't touch on that. We did already have our own butchering knives.
New players
for mentioning
can
that.
visit the old servers, though. They can. They just have to make a new character on the old servers. If it's a matter of just visiting, right? Like if they just want to visit.
That is true. I would say that most players don't necessarily travel around a lot during their Wurm year. Let's say throughout a whole year, you travel a bit. You don't travel a lot. So connecting them isn't because of players being able to travel around. It's more about how it affects the economy, how it affects, I don't know, different things that, I mean, Adam's already mentioned it. It's not clear cut, and it's not something that you can just know based on one or two factors. Now, I would say Wurm is probably in one of the only situations that this is like this, right? With every server being like a different landmass and servers being connected. No other game really has servers connecting to each other. All the servers are separate from each other in most MMORPGs.
Right.
And so, and even then, when they're dealing with, well, what should we do with the player base? Should we condense the player base into smaller servers if the player base goes down? And this happened in EverQuest a lot, in World of Warcraft a lot, and basically every other game, and they still have so many problems. And oh my god, thanks so much, Valiance, for the subscription.
Valiant.
The subscription with Prime.
What's going on?
What's going on, Valiance?
And I'm going to give a shout out to Valiance.
Yeah, and thanks so much for the follow, Dal
Say a few words. Valiance joined us way back when we made our deed on Xanadu.
Winter's Night.
Yeah, Winter's Night. Yeah, and fell in love with the game right away. He's an old UO player, and since then he's created his own. He started up a Wurm Unlimited server called Mystic Highlands. It's like a one-times Wurm Unlimited server that has like tons of custom stuff going on there, like dungeons and events and all sorts of stuff. And he's streaming Wurm again, or he's streaming his adventures on Wurm Unlimited, plus a whole bunch of other games. So this is go to Valiance's site there and give him a follow.
Yeah,
to see some awesome comment.
Oh,
and he redeemed the bassinet home.
Thank you, Valiance. I'm glad that you wanted to hide my face for a minute. Yeah, so back to the topic though
of connecting
of Wurm being, Wurm is very specific, has a very specific circumstance, because even with the idea of just taking the player base, and thanks for the follow, Zirkid, and take the player base and try to combine them together, even with old MMOs, they do debate after debate about that. It's a big decision even for them, let alone a game like Wurm, which would be a crazy amount of debate of just combining these servers together, which normally doesn't happen. There's another game that does this. Let me just.
What that allows you to travel between the servers?
So there's not server, but there's other sandboxes that also have to deal with this, and they do different things. I don't know if they do this anymore. So there's a game called A Tale in the Desert. Haven't really played it that much. I don't know if anybody here has played it. What they seem to do is they tend to restart their game every so often. So it's like everybody plays. It's almost like Jackal-ish. Everybody plays, they get in, they build, they go through the game, and then at some point, everybody agrees we are kind of shutting it down, starting it again. Okay, that's their solution. Everything that everybody's done, let's get rid of it all. Everybody, let's start all over again with, new features, new gameplay. So they keep having revisions of the game that way. So I think right now they're on A Tale in the Desert 9 or something. 9th rendition of the game. So that's the way that Wurm could have done it.
I don't think they should do it that way. No.
There was a game, I think it was Zion, or however you say it. I don't think they do it this way anymore, but during, I think, beta, they were saying how their game would work. And at the time, they decided to make it so that the world was a very small space, and around the world there would be like a fog. And oh wow, Scuffgrim, thanks so much for that sub.
I remember that.
Not sure why
Scuffgrim.
The alert didn't go off, but yeah, that's you've been subscribed for 3 months. That's awesome.
3 months. Wow. Awesome. Thank you.
Currently
so
on
much.
a 1 month streak. So what would happen is, after a specific amount of time, the fog would sort of would go back and release more of the world, introduce more of the land over time. I don't know exactly how it worked, but eventually it would open up and become a larger landmass that way. And I wonder, I mean, how would that look in Worm? Like eventually more of the world would become uncovered over time, every few months or so. And then there would be this constant land grab as the world opened up. There's
That's
different ways to
interesting.
tackle this. Oh, I just dropped dirt, didn't I? That was wrong.
Wait, are we adding pegs to or are we making pegs? Is that what's happening? We're making pegs?
I'm not sure. I'm digging right now, but
I think we're making pegs. How are we doing on shafts? Okay, we got some shafts. Here.
anyway, so I don't know how those games are. We know how Worm is, and we know what would happen if we do that. And as veteran players, anyway. And it's something that wouldn't really be seen as a newer player. If they connected it or not, a new player wouldn't care. Things would become a little easier for them, I would say. Over time, anyway. So if they opened up today, Harmony and Melody onto the new servers, it would be fairly quick. Within weeks, new players would have an easier experience for a number of factors, like a whole bunch of factors, not just tools or the introduction of high-level players and high-level items and stuff, or the saturation of that. But new players would come here, start building guard towers everywhere, so new players would have an easier time killing mobs while adventuring. Highways would go up like crazy. New players would have a easier way of running around the server. Now, yeah, I'm saying easier, and specifically not saying the word better, because that is a subjective term depending on what the player wants. So right now, players have that choice. Do they want their life to be a bit easier? Do they want their life to be something? Oh, and thanks for that follow, No Skill, Jeremy. I hope that eventually you get some skill and your name will change to Some Skill, Jeremy. I think we give them the choice now, and I think that's good for right now. And maybe later we can revisit that subject. I mean, that's going to be the intent. Every year, something, they'll revisit it, they'll look at it, they'll weigh the pros and cons. They might, if they're wondering, vote on it or get the citizens of Harmony and Melody to vote on it, and maybe the old servers to vote on it, and you never know. One of those days they'll be like, okay, it's time, and then it'll happen, and that's fine. No rush right now, I would say. Right now, as a new player, you have your choice. You can understand your choice, and if you make the wrong choice, you can do it again. Just create a new character and go on the server that you like.
I must say, I do like the removal of the real money transfer, though. That's a big change to the game that I think is positive.
Would we say that at this point, because it's happened, and because all the players that didn't like it are either not playing or maybe have adjusted to that most people would say right now that was a good choice?
You mean that there might be people who did not like that choice, but they're just not going to say it because they're not playing anymore or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe. Possible. I have seen a lot of people say that it's a good thing.
So
And usually if it's a bad thing, a lot of people say it's a bad thing.
Yeah, Zerkitten, you sold and bought many accounts in silver throughout the years, I'm guessing, but you still think it was a good choice. So now if you buy silver, the money goes straight into the game. That is true.
Totally true.
There is one topic. I don't know how much I want to bring this up. Because it would be a little controversial.
That's okay. We love controversial here.
So there is something to be said about real money transfers.
Okay.
Maybe it's not really real money transfer. I think I'm basically going on a different topic here.
Okay. That'll be fine.
So there's something to be said about the way to keep the economy going. So this might sprinkle in real money transfers here. So there's something to be said about having enough veteran players to be around to support the new players of the game with the silvers and stuff. So
I see what you're saying.
We say that we like
Weekly mystery face.
oh God. Okay. Okay. The bear will explain this to everybody. So we say that we like the idea of, let's say, work orders, to have new players come into the game and have the ability to earn silver in order to, have the ability for them to make deeds or to buy their own premium, that sort of thing. But in order for silver to get into the game right now, oh God, you guys. In order for silver to get into the game right now, the game needs to have silver to go around, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Bear, kill it for fur. Oh, I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that easy.
Right. We need some whales. That's exactly.
Yeah. So imagine a system where in the game, there's no way to like have silvers in the game. There's no easy way to. This goes to like the trader talk as well, right? You were able to earn silver for traders, and then that silver would go to new players or to deeds or something. You would have an abundance of silver around to spur the market. And there was like, when we started the game, people were throwing silvers like nothing at us. Like, oh, do this and I'll give you a silver. Oh, do that, I'll give you a silver. It was just like something that you would do. It was part of the game. It was part of the newbie experience. And then
it's because when they had the silvers from,
they had the abundance of silvers, the silvers to have.
Yeah.
And then so the more and more, I'm going to get rid of this bear. I think it bugged out. But the more
I don't think it bugged out. I still saw it.
Yeah, it's been 2 minutes. The more that that they kept removing silver from the game. They kept like, oh, traders now don't provide silver. They now only discount the amount of money that a deed would cost. And take real money transfers, which you have the silver in the game, and then it transfers to, let's say, a character that's going to use it to trade to players to make math for them or something. So you remove all this stuff from the game. And what's left? So now what's left is players that buy silver from the store, which is good because the money goes straight to the devs and the development of the game. But do we have enough silver in the game?
But the other thing about that is is that
those
players are going to be less likely to give away their silver because they paid the real money for it. right? Like those people who are draining money from the
That's the
traders almost
question.
viewed that as like free money that they can use to just like sprinkle wherever they wanted.
So that's the question, right? I mean, pros and cons. We know the cons. We know the problems with the real money transfer. We know the cons of the trader system. We know all of that already, right? We
Mhm.
know Mortal Kombat. We know that you have these characters at the top, and they've got all this money, and there was problems. And so you take all of this stuff away because of these problems, and then what is left? So now we've got to look at what's left and say, okay, did that cause any other side effects? And I would argue that the side effect is that there's not enough silver in the game now that makes it so players are going to be willing to just offer it to new players all the time and say, hey,
Right.
here's a silver, I need 500 planks. Here's a silver, I need this dug. Like, we got a silver for just digging a hole for someone at the time. He had so much silver that he just like, he saw us, he knew we were new players, and he was like, hey, why don't you, I'll teach you how to terraform. Here's a silver.
Yeah.
Because it was just like nothing for him. He had traders and he was just wanting to get money into the game. So it's sort of like a side effect. I don't think you really see that anymore. You don't see a player just being like, hey, I'll teach you how to terraform. Here's a silver for helping me. Anyway, it's just...
No, it might be something... It might be something that for the devs to like look into in terms of like the recycling of money, because money does come back out of the game. Like Dracula Exiles, you're saying like you put money that into your deed and it just gets sunk out of the game. But the reality is that a portion of that money comes back to the player base by doing foraging and things like that. Maybe that system just needs a little bit more balancing.
All right, I will be quiet. I got the message. I will stop talking about this.
And whales, I think, just refers to people who spend a whole boatload of money
Oh, okay, sure.
to gain an advantage. So Mortal Wombat saying that it's a product of exploitative game monetization in other games. I mean, I guess so, but
I see.
it's a matter of people just pouring money into the game so
cats.
that they can gain an advantage. Like, what do you think, Brian? Is Wurm pay to win? Like, can you come in with like $500, let's say, and just pour $500 into the game and win, or be
Thanks for the
on the
follow.
top?
Kazi.
Kazi, thank you.
Here's the problem with that argument. So most of the games, there's a clear-cut way to win the game, right? You know how to win the game. You get levels. You level up your character. Your character has one level system. You are a whatever magician, warrior, whatever, and you're paying to get up to the top, or pay, and then the currency in that game is not really the like money. The currency is like your items, your armor, your weapons. That's how you get better at the game. That's how you pay to win. In Wurm, how do you pay to win at Wurm?
So Sipaku is suggesting that you can pay to win by buying 1,000 sleep boat powders with your 500 bucks.
That speeds up your process to get higher skill. So that would mean that Sipaku, your definition of winning Wurm would be potentially your skills. If I had high skills, I've now won Wurm, and that's one definition.
Yeah, because you could quote unquote define winning as
that's the problem with this game.
Dominating the market, right? Dominating the trade market. And yes, that potentially could put you at the top of the market if you did that.
Yeah. That is potentially the problem with this game, just because everybody plays this game a little differently. I know I don't play the game the same as other people. So you could make your life easier in some sense, in some way, right? Just like another definition could be, I pay for money and therefore get people to come and give me materials and then help me build stuff. That could be pay to win, I guess. But is it really pay to win?
Yeah, this game is a lot less about that.
People are a lot less worried about that, I would say.
For most people, there are
it's not
some
as
people.
much a problem.
Yeah, there are some people who want to dominate the trade, but
does this become more problematic in PvP? Potentially. I don't know enough about PvP.
Yeah, maybe in PvP.
Like Reflex is saying, winning is the journey, not the destination. And
I mean,
therefore...
getting rid of RMT was the right step into reducing the pay to win aspect, because before you can come into the game brand new, pay €500 and get a top end account and quote unquote win PvP, let's say. But now I can't imagine a new player coming in, putting down $500 and all of a sudden being at the top of the food chain in PvP. It would still take a lot of playtime and a lot of work to get yourself up there.
Yeah. You're saying, Typical, that the first form recruitment for new servers was a veterans market? So yeah, I mean, that's something that those players, whoever they are, they must have loved to build markets. And I mean, I would say building a market would be different than selling your wares in the market. We built a market back in the day.
Yeah. And Typical, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, how's it going? And we are on Melody, yes. Yes, if we move to Melody. Yeah, and I see, I'm just reading through some of these. Keenan said, this might just be me, but I'd rather pay real money for silver to pay somebody to do something for me just for the time-saving aspect. My fear when we removed RMT was the trade of raw materials such as stone bricks drying up. I would actually say that with the removal of RMT, you're probably still going to see those raw materials being sold a lot. As long as people are building projects, they're going to want stone bricks.
Yeah. So, Typical, yeah, I mean, nothing stops a player from coming onto these new servers and starting fresh and wanting to build a market and wanting to do their skills and get their skills up. You can't stop that. But what they can do stop is what they have control over, which is essentially forcing players to come here, and if they're wanting to skill up and try to dominate that market. And even for veteran players, it's going to take a while. But as much as it doesn't even the playing field entirely, because that would be impossible on any new server launch of any game, it does do what's in the development's control to try to control what they can to make things a little more even and fresh and new and make things more appealing. Really, they're only doing all this to make the game more appealing for as many players as possible. I mean, that's no other reason they're doing that.
And Typical, you started on Harmony.
Michio, thanks for that.
Oh, Michio. Yeah, thanks. Typical says, you've started on Harmony after you saw some of our launch day video, and now we're not on it anymore. Oh, we're so sorry.
Do what we did and just create a rowboat and sail down to Melody if you want.
Yeah. And Pyro, I think I'm going to have to...
We are still connected via the ocean, whatever we want to call it.
I can't install even a single peg. I've tried so many times now.
What's the quality of the peg?
Oh, it started off at 18 and now it's like damaged by 30. I think I need to imp some ores or something to get my shipbuilding up before I can do that. Harmony was already too old of a server for Brian and Adam.
Oh, and Scuffgrim. So if really, we shouldn't be asking ourselves all these questions. A lot of these questions should be asked to players like Scuffgrim, who are basically brand new players to the game. So as a newbie, you're just playing the journey. That's right. I haven't even begun to see that this game has an end game. Yeah, it doesn't really. Just learning to terraform and make a small meal is a win for you. That is awesome, Burst Off. That feels the same to us, even though we played that long. I hope I never see that this game has an end game. Maybe a lot of people have lost the idea of what they play the game for. That would not be inaccurate, I would say. There are players, they come to a point where, I mean, this game's not perfect, come to a point where they think, okay, I've done all of this stuff, and they don't really know what to do next. Yeah. Oh, I read that completely wrong. In the sense that there's definitely always something to do. You never can finish doing everything, Scuffgrim. I will tell you that. There's always too much to do. There's always more skills to grind. There's always some project that you're wanting to complete.
And you know, your comment about how a lot of people might have lost the idea of what they play the game for is like you're on the right track, I think. Once you've played this game for a certain number of years, what you do in the game changes drastically, right? So like you're experiencing the new player experience of just getting yourself started, terraforming, building your house, building your tools, getting your mining up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you can imagine that there's going to come a point where all of those things are done. You have your tools, you have your skills, you have your house, you have your deed, everything's built. Okay, and that usually takes approximately a year, I'd say. Okay, so like you get yourself to that position, then you ask yourself what's next. And that's the point where like a bunch of people, like there's a bunch of players who would just quit at that point because they're done. And then there's like a certain subset of the players who will go on to do other things, like they make their own projects and continue on that way.
Oh, thank you, Keenan, for that, turning me into a dwarf.
And you do that over and over. Like we've gone through that cycle. I don't know how many times. We build a project and then we'll be done with the project and we'll take a break from the game and we'll come back and do another project and just over and over again. And it gets to the point where maybe losing sight of why you play the game is sort of the idea. But the thing is that it's like there's no need to go skilling again because your skills are there. And then there's no need to, do the survival thing again.
Yet, what he's saying is like if you only wanted to play the game for like this one skill, right. Then you would not need, because there's always skills to do.
There are always skills
max
to do, yeah.
your skills.
Yeah, that's
ever.
True. You'll never. You're
it's
right.
Just the way it is. There's always another skill to
I mean, I could have grinded like wood cutting, for example. I only got that to 70 some odd, but I never needed to because you always had the wood cutting skill. So,
right. It's always some skill that you haven't done, whether you want to do it or not. I don't know.
Have fun on PvP. I did that, right? Like I spent a whole 8 months on PvP. Which is, you do these.
So let me rephrase this. There's always a skill that you can do unless you're typical. So always a skill unless your name is typical.
Yeah,
and
right.
that's more.
So Deathwind, you're saying the vast majority of your time in Wurm has been as a hurt. Your end game is the burnout after months of going hard, though I always end up coming back. Yep. Always end up coming back.
Yeah. Burnout is real, I would say. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Let me drop some dirt here properly.
Okay, so what I liked about the PvP stint was the camaraderie. I did like the working together on big, massive projects. I didn't like the fighting at all. And also the idea of conquering. I didn't like that either. I didn't like the tower guard game either. And then the one thing that really made it so that I had to come back to the PVEs really was um, I couldn't play for extended periods of time where I'm just sitting in front of the computer and that's all I'm doing. So often while I'm playing, not while I'm streaming, of course, but while I'm playing, I'll be playing and I'll just like step away from the computer, possibly for 20 minutes, half an hour, and I'll come back,
Yeah.
I'll play for another 20 minutes, and then I'll step away from the computer for 20 minutes. And the whole time my character's just AFK. And that's sort of my play style. So when you're on a PvP server, every time you step away from the computer, if you're not inside your fortress, you'd have to log out or somehow put yourself safe. And I didn't like that. I really couldn't stand that. I
Right.
didn't want to be worried the whole time. And so, yeah.
So we should all group together under Cat's Purr and play as her cockroach army on the PvP server, I'm guessing. Yeah. We are all one big cockroach family.
And really, all it took for me to come back to the PvE servers was that they opened up Xanadu. And it was like, immediately I was like so much drawn back to the PvE. It was like, just my heart was aching for PvE again. It was like they opened up Xanadu. I'm like, all right, I'm out of here.
No, but you didn't even talk about. So he founded an entire
Right. Yeah.
empire of some kind. What was it?
We founded. So I was there at the start of Ebenora.
Anybody still remembers Ebenora?
Uh,
That was Adam.
That wasn't just. It wasn't really me. I was just
A bunch of
going
people,
along for the
including Adam.
ride. Like I wasn't even like leading anything whatsoever. I was just.
I feel
can't
like
remember.
you became the leader. No.
No. I did not become the leader. But yeah. Anyway,
Well, at least Keenan remembers Ebenora. So
it was
there you
fun.
go, Adam.
It was fun. It was an experience, and at the same time, I much rather be on the PvE servers.
So Catsper, I'm sorry guys, I never meant to call you all cockroaches. That's true. I must say you did not mean, and you corrected yourself almost immediately.
Yeah,
And instead, let me think about this. You
I
called
remember.
everyone instead locusts. That's what it was. Okay. And oh my god,
Oh,
Deathwind.
Deathwind.
Oh, so Deathwind gifted Overrider, Sketty Atomic Ant, Treesman, and Sabacchio.
Sabacchio.
All thank Deathwind for those subs. That's crazy. You're a crazy guy, Deathwind. Crazy awesome guy. Anyway, so we really have to after this. Just stop talking. Just for a second here. Oh my god. So really the debate now, oh god, okay. We are
I think.
4 of the 5 way through here. I don't want to talk over.
Very crazy. Not sure about the awesome. Yeah. Believe me, you are awesome, Deathwind. Awesome.
Awesomely crazy.
Awesomely crazy.
You were the one that believed in our labyrinth at the beginning of the labyrinth. And now you just have to go and do the labyrinth. Oh my
Right.
god. Keenan with your Twitch Prime sub. Oh my god.
Keenan, thank you so much.
Are we going to I will eventually finish this thought.
Okay.
So anyway, so yeah, you immediately corrected yourself. We're not cockroaches, and instead you realized that the word you were looking for was locusts. So at this point, we really have to debate over whether we are called cockroaches. Are we cockroachians or are we locustrians? That was a terrible locust wormians.
So Scuffgrim's comment earlier went
Yes.
unnoticed because of all the mayhem that just happened.
Locust stations. Thank you, Ches.
He says, well, maybe I see it as an existence rather than a game for my tune. I'm almost 50, and for some reason, this feels more meaningful than all the other MMOs I played.
Hmm.
And that is so true. There is something about this game, and I can't, like, it's so hard to put your finger on it, but it definitely has that feeling like what you're doing in the game has some impact, not only on the other, like on the game itself and on your experience, but on the other player's experience around you. And so, yeah, I don't.
It's so much in one, I would say, that gives you that feeling. It's all the stuff that you're doing, all the newbie stuff that you're doing. It's the idea that everything that you're doing, players have the ability to commune around and become part of. It's the history. It's you built your deed, you finished your deed, you moved on, but the history of that deed lives forever, right? Especially with archaeology and a lot of your deed and the way that you shape the land, never really goes away. People take it and they enhance it if they ever deed over it, but stuff that you've made there, like we could go back to all of our deeds and we will find something that we did on that deed, even if somebody else took it over.
And when we did that, we made a stream, maybe three streams in a row where we did that. We went back to all of our old places and we did the archaeology thing to collect the little token for each of the places that we deeded in the past. And that was so much fun. Like I really, really enjoyed that archaeology adventure that we had there.
Right. We did the one for puzzles. We saw Autumn Twilight. Somebody took over Autumn Twilight, and we were seeing all these little things that we had done when we were there, and they had even terraformed it all again and made it look completely different than what we had it look like. And but yet, there are little bits and pieces of stuff that we did that were still there, and it was something that you will always have in this game, is the ability to affect the world and the people around you.
You know what I might need from you is a mallet.
A mallet? Okay. Where are you?
I am by the crates in the house, working on imping these ores to get my shipbuilding up a little bit so I can help with adding items to the boat.
Yeah, typical. So you saw your shrine on Delhi and your obelisk on Celebration, for sure. Like, that's exactly what we saw on Autumn Twilight. And oh my god, Donut. Macassie. How can anybody take me seriously when I look like this? Yeah. But yeah, we were there and we will be there forever. So Keenan, I did not know this. You brought archaeology a while back. You brought up archaeology a while back when you noticed that all the old village data was retained in the database, and Buddha took the idea and ran with it. And I remember.
Oh, so that was funny. You.
Yeah, so
Keenan's
you
idea.
thought up this idea. So I can't remember how it happened, but it was like an image that before archaeology came out, and they were trying to figure out what they were teasing us with a new skill, and then they showed us this image shows a little bit about what the new skill was, and we did a stream or video or something, and we went to the image.
It wasn't
and we were,
even
like,
that.
debating.
It wasn't even that. It was that they released an image. No, I know you're remembering it wrong though, because the image that they released was like a week earlier than they talked about the skill. and the image was of the Wagoneer, the model that they used for the Wagoneer. Thank you. And so we kind of started piecing things together on our own. Like we were trying to think, okay, they just released that they're going to be really, bringing in a new skill into the game, and we're like, okay, there's like that image. I don't know if you remember, but it was like in one of the Valorant Internationals. One
Yeah, I
letter
remember it.
was actually a link,
A link.
and
Yeah.
somebody had found it, and just like you click on it, and that link, an image of the Wagoneer, right? So like there was no connection to the skill said. But we basically looked
right.
at that and said,
I
wow,
remember that.
that image has like a whip, and like it looks kind of like Indiana Jones, like a character out of Indiana Jones. And so it must be archaeology.
We somehow came to the correct conclusion based on an image that had nothing to do with archaeology.
Right.
Oh, good times.
But I really do like the archaeology system. I can't wait to get that going on this server.
Oh, and Amethyst, you should definitely try archaeology now if you haven't tried it, because it's a great way to get body control up. If anybody's
Totally.
still wondering, struggling with the body control, start archaeology.
Yep. And Typical was asking, do you think there will be a Christmas Impelong in the Northern Isles? I don't know.
Has anybody decided to do one? I don't know. It would look a little different. So in the past Impelong, I was almost thinking to myself, like, the servers are so mature, they've been out for so long. Why are the Impelongs still catering to 70 quality items?
Right.
I feel like at this point, Impelong should be like 80 quality items or something like that.
Yeah.
Because everybody has such high skills, and new players
I literally
plentiful.
I literally got to the forge, and like everything's already 70, and that's probably like a single player just like in no time at all getting everything to 70. It's like it totally should have been 80. Give people a chance to imp.
And so like these new server, if there was an Impelong this soon after the server opens, maybe they shouldn't do 70 quality. Maybe they should do like 50 quality or something. Like it shouldn't just be I feel like 70 quality came to fruition a long time ago. Maybe we would have to ask Willow about it.
Right. It probably came because that's sort of like where people were at the time.
And people are just used to it when they hear the word Impelong.
Right.
Oh, and did I actually talk about what I'm doing in the game? No, I guess. Did I? I don't remember. I'm basically terraforming. This is my way of terraforming the land, if that makes any sense. A combination of leveling, digging, dropping dirt.
Yeah.
I don't have a plan. A lot of people, have imported their work into Deed Planner, and they're terraforming the land in Deed Planner. I did not do that. I'm randomly just messing with the land.
Our style of like terraforming particularly is just to look at the land in the game and just mess around with it, play with it. If it doesn't look like it's working out, we just try something else. But I think with the terraforming, I don't think we've ever spent all of our time planning out the terraforming.
Yeah, just for the labyrinth.
Yeah, just for the well, that's different.
Yeah. So
yeah, we definitely put Deed Planner after the terraforming is done. So we'll do all the terraforming in the game, then we'll export the deed, and then we'll do all the buildings in Deed Planner.
Right.
That's how we like to go.
So
about
here, I just decided, hey, 15 slope down, sure. Let's go around this tar that I leveled, sure.
Sure, yeah.
Let's go down to here, and here's like 6 tiles, and then I went to this one. So this tile right here, the rock layer goes up 22 slope right here. So there's the rock layer, and I decided, okay, well, I guess this is going to be a 3x2. And I guess I could make it a 3x3. That's an idea. Do I need a 3x3? I'll probably have a little house here. Maybe. Maybe I'll have it like a 2 and then maybe 1 here. So that the road comes down here to a house entrance and then maybe veers off of this way to a lower tier, which would start here, I guess. Let's start that.
So after saying
Yeah.
he thinks the rationale for the 70 at the Impelong is that the quality should be better than new players can make, but not so high than for handcrafters. And using that reasoning, 50 might be better for the new servers.
There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 50 would be good for this year. If somebody decides to do that, like somebody would need to have a deed that they'd want to cater to lots of players, build the big houses. It would probably have to be a community project, whereas Impelongs these days could just be like one player putting together a deed. They're fast enough to create the houses that are needed and the games that are needed. I don't know. Just takes one player to think up an event like that. We are probably not going to do an event like that. We will be doing our chess match in September.
Yep.
But other than that, I think the event after that would probably come in the new year. So
However,
thank you,
if-
Monkey Worm, for following
If
us.
somebody
I'm
in
glad
the
you're
area
enjoying this.
ran an event like that, we would definitely come along for the ride.
That's right. That's right.
And I
Yeah.
have to bear some bad news, and that is I will have to be going soon.
Oh, okay. So I guess we're gonna have to wrap
So we're
up.
gonna have to
This
wrap
has
up
been
at-
one of our longest streams. One of our longer ones, I
definitely,
would say.
definitely our longest, I'd say.
Oh
by
my
a long
God.
shot.
We've been
Right
around
up
for
on every
5.5
time.
hours, guys.
Yeah, 5.5 hours.
And,
Yeah, that beats our record.
Why? So here's a question that we can maybe end this on. So
Yes, this is a good question to end.
why do we as veteran players still play this game? And this is a great question to all you guys that have played for many years in the chat there. And you can answer that for Scuffgrim. And let's start with you, Adam.
Why do I still
Why-
play this game?
Do you still play this game?
You know, I played. I've gone out and searched for so long for other games that sort of fill that void every time I take a break from Wurm, and there is no game out there that is like this game, that gives you that sense of accomplishment, that gives you the sense of like I could just basically go and do anything and build whatever I want or craft whatever I want and help other players and interact in a way that is completely different than any other game that I've ever played, and it always keeps drawing me back. So after every break, I always come back, and this is just my game, you know?
I would say that it's really tough to answer that question because everybody has a different answer to that. And the reason, Scuffgrim, is because everybody plays this game differently. There's not one correct way to play. And because of that, everybody will answer that question differently. And you're seeing that from some of these responses that you're getting already. Some people like Zerkitten don't know why they're playing. I don't know why you're playing either, Zerkitten. But I'm sure that if you dig down, you'll figure it out. Typical saying that there's no other games like this. And when you play a game like this, you start going to other games and thinking, God, these games are so restrictive versus this game, which is, I can completely relate to that. And Monkey Worm saying that, so you play because there's no true end game and you can just keep doing whatever you want. 133 plus skills, building, creating, do whatever. So a common theme is just how much diversity you can have in this game. Dracula Exiles, Wurm is life, Wurm is love. You never quit, and you will always come back. You never run for it. You never run for it. This game is not meant for everyone. Either you love it or you. And Amethyst saying, when I come back to Wurm, it feels good. As good as it was, would go to a family cottage. So when you can't be there, you're in Wurm to fill that vacation need. And Warpius saying, yes, I keep coming back because there are very few places where I can dream something and then make it happen in every aspect of the word. Sipiku says, when is the first rift on the new cluster? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Sipiku, but I don't think that fits this theme right now. I know that they disabled rifts and that they're going to bring them in at some point. I can't see it taking more than a month or two.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe Sipiku. I could play this game because Scuffgrim. I love rifts and I love going to rifts, and I can't help but know when I can finally do a rift on the new cluster. Moxie Play says, I love the creative aspect of it. Being able to create a beautiful deed, seeing what others create, like living in a world rather than playing a game. Wurm is unique. No other game scratches this itch like Wurm does.
Totally.
And then Catspur saying she gets so frustrated when he tries other MMOs because you get that feeling of restrictiveness. And even I had that going into another MMO, seeing like a beautifully created and designed city, but then realizing that everything in that city, you cannot interact with, has nothing to do with the game at all, is just there completely for show. And where in this game, everything was laid out by a player and has a purpose. There is a reason why that lamp is there. Player wanted to illuminate that area for some reason. There's a reason why the house is there. There's a use for that house and that sort of thing. Anyway, so in this game, my answer would be, I love creating deeds. I love creating the content within the world for players to enjoy. That's why I keep coming back. There's always another project for something to do. The community is why you want to stay. So you come for the survival, you come for the game, but then you really stay for the community in this game.
Yeah, totally.
That's why you stay around. And I think with that, I know there's more. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We will be back next week. We will stream again. I'm sure it'll feel like a month for us. But
Yep.
Thank you so much, guys. Keep on worming. And we'll see you guys next week. Take care, everyone.